are gathered here this morning. Pray for the media teams. We pray for the security. And Father, all that will be discussed here today, we crave your presence, your divine intervention. Be with them, dear Father. I pray in the name of Jesus that God will direct their thoughts, their minds. And God, in spite, might be oppositions, but all this cause them to think critically of what they're doing, not for themselves, but for the nation. And so, Lord, I'm committing this entire meeting into your hand. We prayed, God, for everyone, including the senators, the security. Lord, we pray today, this wonderful day, that everything will be done decently and in order. We pray that God, you will get all the praise, you will get all the glory and all the honor. For these men who are here, these whom you have chosen to lead, I would believe that most, if not all, have the interests of this nation at heart as they move forward in 2024 and beyond. Hear my prayers. Accept my thanks on their behalf of what you will do with them, in them, and through them for a blessed and peaceful nation. These favors I ask in no other name, but in the wonderful name of Jesus. And we are thanking you for rich accomplishment. Amen. And amen. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor Phipps. You may be seated.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minister deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Two brief announcements. We have apologies from the member for Nevis 11. He will be absent today, and the other members will be joining us shortly. Those are the announcements for now. I'll save the other for later. You may proceed.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions, government notices, unofficial notices, questions, request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you. With your leave, Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the section that deals with statement by ministers. And I rise to speak as minister responsible for citizenship by investment, national security, and immigration. Madam Speaker, I wish to make a statement to the nation in my capacity as Prime Minister and Minister with responsibility of national security, immigration, and citizenship. Over the past few weeks, I have stated publicly that I will address the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, our beloved citizens, on the results of our administration's internal review of our citizenship by investment program. For those who may not be aware, our Constitution and Citizenship Act allow persons who invest substantially in our country to apply for the privilege to become a citizen. By law, since 1984, those applicants who successfully satisfy our due diligence requirements and invest substantially can be issued a certificate of registration as a citizen and thereafter a St. Kitts and Nevis passport. Our Citizenship by Investment Program, also known as CBI, is now 40 years old. Let me state clearly, Madam Speaker, that after an investment of a substantial amount and a satisfied, vigorous due diligence process, then that person can apply for citizenship and through another process be deemed qualified to receive such, and then can apply for a St. Kitts Nevis passport. I wanted to make that clear. And that law has been in place since 1984, most likely less than a year after our independence of 1983. Since taking office on August 6, 2022, one of our first priorities and my priorities as Minister responsible for immigration and citizenship, national security, as exposed before, was to dig deep into the operations of our CBI unit, which I had been informed prior to taking office needed some significant attention. Despite those warnings, I came to recognize what I initially found. And what I found prompted me to immediately and urgently, within my first few days in office, to commission a comprehensive review of the CBI regulations and ask for the important CBI data so that I could report comprehensively to our citizens who deserve to have this information, our citizens home and abroad, what I had found and why we had acted so swiftly to save the CBI program. Now is the time that report of what was happening and what we did to save the CBI program and what we intended to do to make our CBI program sustainable. I will tell you how many issuances of passports that we had, how many economic citizens we have, how much cash revenue, which is normally reported in the annual budget or appropriation bill, and how much revenue per passport would have been generated. Why and what we did to save the CBI program, and what we plan to do to make the program sustainable while we diversify the economy in our transformation towards a sustainable island state, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for 40 years, our CBI program has been the pioneer of the global investor migration industry. The program has allowed this nation to thrive beyond what could have been possible without it. Initially, during its first 24 years, the CBI program was utilized mainly by persons who bought a second home in St. Kitts or Nevis. However, with keen interest and applying it for significant investments otherwise, the program was expanded. At that time, when it was expanded, St. Kitts and Nevis was already a global innovator in CBI. Given this increased international interest for investments in St. Kitts and Nevis, it was decided that, especially after 2008, with the economic downturn and the closing of the sugar industry, that this can be used in an appropriate way to continue the development of our beautiful St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, that was the basis on which the CBI program was expanded. But since we took office over 19 months ago, or just about, this St. Kitts Labour Party administration has been working tirelessly to build this nation to become competitive globally. And as such, we are resolute on strengthening and improving our CBI program for enhanced sustainability within the framework of integrity. Madam Speaker, might I remind our citizens and this honorable House that it was this administration and this team that gave teeth to integrity in public life legislation. Madam Speaker, before that, nothing was done. It was just pure lip service, Madam Speaker. All of this has to be premised on a framework of integrity. Otherwise, it would not work. So between 2008 and 2015, the then St. Kitts Labour Party administration, led by the Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas, used CBI revenues to develop infrastructure, to build affordable homes for people, to advance our education by hiring more teachers and improving school campuses, to construct new hotels like Park Hyatt and Kitishan Hill, and to launch economically beneficial programs such as the People Empowerment Program and the REACH program. Of course, the REACH recognizing everyone's ability to climb higher, which was a program at the CFBC. CBI revenue was well utilized then to support empowerment programs and infrastructural development which yielded permanent jobs and careers. Since then, we know the major project that the CBI program was used to build, which is a prison, Madam Speaker. This leads me to discuss one of the first things that we recognized on taking office in 2022. The federal government was overly reliant, Madam Speaker, and I've spoken to this on multiple occasions, that a significant fiscal policy, let me say a significant detrimental fiscal policy was introduced where we became overly dependent, Madam Speaker, on the CBI program. Between 2008 and 2022, CBI generated 43% of the overall cash revenue of the federal government, Madam Speaker. 2008 and 2022, 43%, Madam Speaker, which means that this program had become the fundamental pillar underpinning our financial architecture. Madam Speaker, between that time, we were able to raise 5.678 billion EC dollars in revenue at an average roughly of 378 million EC dollars per year. This is known. In the last 5 years of the previous administration, CBI generated 50% of the overall cash revenue for the federal government. In the last 2 years of the previous administration, CBI generated 57% of the overall cash revenue for the federal government. This is the truest economic example of putting all of one's eggs in one basket, Madam Speaker. The IMF, in their report examining the 2022 performance of our economy, said, and I quote, "The growing dependence on volatile and uncertain CBI revenue is a major source of vulnerability," Madam Speaker. I want to say that again. The IMF, in their report examining the 2022 performance of our economy, said, and let me quote them again, Madam Speaker, "The growing dependence on volatile and uncertain CBI revenue is a major source of vulnerability. Directors called for reducing dependence on CBI revenue, to reduce the heavy dependence and unpredictable CBI revenue through improved structural fiscal policies, enhanced accountability, and use for investment in resilience and building buffers." End of quote, Madam Speaker. Critically important. That, I think, underpins our concerns. This is why one of our immediate priorities was and is to diversify our economy. I spoke about that during the 2022 appropriation bill debate, or the budget debate, and also during the 2023 appropriation bill debate. The IMF recognized this in the very same report when they said, and I quote, "The lifting of all COVID-related travel restrictions in August 2022, and I will say it was August 7th, 2022, a Sunday night at our Marriott Hotel, where that decision was made with all of the relevant persons in the room, including the CMO and others. I will say it again. The lifting of all COVID-related travel restrictions in August 2022 sparked a strong rebound in the tourism sector and across the economy." End of quote. IMF stating it. Remember, Madam Speaker, I said to the people that a travesty had been committed when the then administration refused to open the economy fully by removing the unnecessary restrictions. Had we not done that, the economy would have lagged even more. And because we took so long to open up the country and remove the restrictions, the economy lagged. Reports will show that the St. Kitts Nevis economy recovered almost the slowest in the OECS as a result of this. All of the other countries had removed their restrictions and they were open for business, to the point where some countries had higher numbers in terms of their tourism numbers than even 2019, Madam Speaker. However, St. Kitts and Nevis lagged because the previous administration refused to open up the country, and we are still feeling some of the effect from that. Had the economy been opened up as others, at the same time as others, we would have recovered since by the end of 2023. Madam Speaker, that was a significant error that was created previously. Madam Speaker, yes, that cash revenue from CBI has given us the opportunity to prosper without relying too much on international financial aid. But the Unity administration did nothing to diversify our economy and we became over-reliant and dependent on CBI inflows. In 2022, CBI revenue reached an unsustainable level of 60% of total federal government revenue. This unsustainable status quo cannot continue, and our administration has been focused on diversifying our economy, Madam Speaker. It is the only way. That is why economic diversification is one of the 7 pillars of our sustainable island state agenda, Madam Speaker. The economy that we envision will see major inflows from tourism, major inflows from construction, major inflows from water and energy infrastructure, major inflows from the creative economy, major inflows from agriculture, major inflows from offshore education, major inflows from manufacturing, and more. No longer, Madam Speaker, can we continue to be so reliant on a single leg, and that single leg is the CBI program. Madam Speaker, this leads me to discuss the second occurrence that we observed after taking office in 2022, Madam Speaker. And really, that we are going to deal with, and I've been asked multiple times about the numbers, Madam Speaker. What are the numbers? And we had to do an in-depth analysis and deep dive to get into the numbers, which we are still seeking to do, Madam Speaker. For example, the CBI program, we know that one of the major projects that was approved under the previous administration was a prison project, Madam Speaker. A prison was approved. And 5,500 citizenships, or shares rather, Madam Speaker, shares, as it was called then, shares, was used for that project. It means, therefore, that 5,500 main applicants, if they were to invest in the prison project, can apply for citizenship. And if they would have passed the due diligence and other screening procedures, can access our passport. But, Madam Speaker, that is just the main applicants. If you have a family of 4, that is a single share. With a family of 4, that's 4 times 5,500 passports, Madam Speaker. Do a calculation. I'm asking the people of this country. I've been asked for the numbers. And even members from the other side who know very well what the numbers are, they have asked that the numbers be given, but we took a deep dive, and now we are ready to say what happened with that project. So if you were to multiply 5,500 by 4, and the mathematicians are here, I am sure you'll get well over what? 20,000? Yes. 20,000. What is the population of St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker? About 55,000 on a good day. And just on one project, Madam Speaker, a prison project, the previous administration allowed access to a number of passports, which is about half of the population of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, approved. And we are still seeing, because once you are approved, you go through the system, Madam Speaker, and the government becomes bound to whatever legal agreements were made. Madam Speaker, up to about 25,000 just for one project, and that was the prison project. And to be fair to even those who invested, they did not ask to build a prison, they were presented a prison to build, almost as if we have a project here, just run with it. 5,500, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is a significant number. Madam Speaker, I know that the propaganda arms will be running with all sorts of propaganda. I've been Prime Minister with the blessings of the people in 2022 and 2023. More than 90% of the certificates of registration that any Prime Minister in that position would have been committed to were related to the prison project, Madam Speaker. Why couldn't we use such resource to develop our country more? Why so many, Madam Speaker? Half of our population. Imagine, even before that, the numbers were significantly lower, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other aspect that we have to look at, between 2016 and 2022, it was said, Madam Speaker, it was recognized rather, that there was a cheapening of our citizenship by investment program. But by their own admission and actions, they said to us the reason why they had to cheapen it was because of market forces, Madam Speaker. They jeopardized our relationships with our international partners by allowing investors to pay much less than they used to pay before. Our CBI program was not only catering to those of high net worth, but our CBI program was brought down, Madam Speaker. And that is why we heard terms before that the previous Labour administration was selling passports like black pudding on a Friday afternoon. But Madam Speaker, during that time, the average that an investor had to invest, and I will get to that number later on, Madam Speaker, was much more than they had to invest on especially that prison project. That was like selling it like sugar cake from a tray on 4th Street, Madam Speaker. And they asked for numbers. But the people have a right to ask, but they know. And when they were asked to report to the people, they said it's an industry secret, Madam Speaker. An industry secret or state secret, kept it away from the people, calling it a state secret, Madam Speaker. And I've been asked over and over to present, but I've said to the people that I would have to do a deep dive so that when I come to the people, I come authentic and with good information, which is happening today. Our international partners, Madam Speaker, became aware of this practice, of this underselling, when they saw more and more persons showing up to their shows with St. Kitts and Nevis passports. Madam Speaker, this, of course, required quick action. It is because of this type of program that was unnecessary to do. Actions by the previous administration and the minister responsibility that allow an exponential increase over the last 3 to 4 years in the number of persons being issued economic citizenships and passports. This led to the fact that the EU has poised themselves to take action against any rogue CBI program. On March 13th, 2024, this month, the EU member states ambassadors agreed their position on a draft regulation which allows the EU to suspend visa-free travel for third countries whose nationals are exempt from visa obligations when traveling in the Schengen area. Madam Speaker, it is because of those reckless actions of the previous administration that the Financial Task Force, FATF, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development issued a joint report in November 2023 titled Misuse of Citizenship and Residency by Investment Programs, in which they examine all sorts of financial things that can take place. But, Madam Speaker, we took measures to make sure that we protect our international partners. In that report, the author stated, and I quote, investors can want or tend to misuse it, but as again I said, we took strong action against that. Madam Speaker, when we look around, name one CBI project that was started and completed under the previous administration. Name one, Madam Speaker. Not a hotel. The Six Senses Hotel that was supposed to be built in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker, I went to the opening over the weekend because I was invited there. That Six Senses Hotel was supposed to be built at La Valley in constituency number 6 here in St. Kitts and Nevis. The investors packed up and left and went down to Grenada, where Six Senses is now opened, and it's a beautiful property. And of course, I went because I'm happy to see that the investors stayed in the Caribbean so that our people can benefit indirectly, as this is part of the region and the region's financial infrastructure. But that should have been here, Madam Speaker. That is the type of investment that the CBI program should have been used to develop. The Park Hyatt, Madam Speaker, and I'll get to them. But I'm simply saying that, Madam Speaker, was because of the type of practices that took place on the previous administration, who cannot show one complete program, or one complete project, rather, under the program. Madam Speaker, I say this without hesitation because it is a stone-cold truth. It is only because of swift and comprehensive actions of the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party administration that we still have a CBI program in 2024. Madam Speaker, this was one of the quickest action that we took, and I kept saying one of the greatest challenges that I have as the Prime Minister, that we have as an administration, was the CBI program. Back then it was not so obvious, but I could see where we were coming from and where we were heading. We had to take significant, quick action to protect the integrity of St. Kitts and Nevis, to protect our citizenship, to protect our passport, and to engender confidence in our international partners that St. Kitts and Nevis is a responsible country, a country that is now premised on good governance and not to be run again like a banana republic. Madam Speaker, it's because they lacked integrity and good governance laws why these type of things took place. Madam Speaker, as I've said, it is only because of swift and comprehensive actions of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration that we can still travel to the UK without a visa, Madam Speaker. That was heavily under threat. We saw what took place with another OECS country as they lost their visa waiver privilege with the UK. Madam Speaker, it is only because of swift and comprehensive actions of this St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration that we can still travel to the EU member states without a visa, Madam Speaker. Quick action. We engaged the EU. We engaged the ambassador. We went to Brussels and met with the relevant persons from the EU Parliament to put before them our case as a country and to show that we are a responsible country and that we are now premised on the foundation of good governance and integrity in public life. Madam Speaker, it is only because of swift and comprehensive actions of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration that we have been allocated a larger quota of visas per year from the United States of America. Madam Speaker, more and more Kittitians and Nevisians, when they apply for a visa to go to the US, the percentage of successful applicants, that percentage has gone up significantly, Madam Speaker. And it's because we are saying to the world that St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer a banana republic, but is premised on the foundation of good governance and integrity in public life, Madam Speaker. These things have far-reaching, positive outcomes if they are truly practiced, Madam Speaker. Not just by words, but by deeds. And we can't fool people. People know if you are serious or you're not serious, Madam Speaker. That is why if any person who is supposed to register with the Integrity Commission does not register, the DPP would act. People around the Caribbean were shocked when they saw the DPP say, well, if you don't comply, I, as the DPP, will have to apply the law. I can't interfere with that. Because if I don't do what I'm supposed to do, I too can be taken to the court, Madam Speaker. Because we are serious. Never before had that happened in a Caribbean country like that. We have the highest compliance, which is 99 to 100%, to the point where St. Kitts and Nevis was the center of a major Caribbean debate as to what it means to have a country premised on strong laws of integrity in public life and good governance. Madam Speaker, it is only because of the swift and comprehensive actions of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration that Canada has re-established certain visa-free options for Kittitians and Nevisians. No easy task. We had our ambassador who was doing an excellent job, Ambassador Sherry Truss. Yes, who was working comprehensively on this. I remember when I met with the Prime Minister of Canada, Prime Minister Trudeau, right here in the Caribbean, in Bahamas. And this is one of the things that we discussed. And the Prime Minister said then, Terence, I'm going to take a look at it seriously. We will look at it seriously, but there's something that is coming. I had been arguing that St. Kitts and Nevis is a good functioning country and should be given any privileges that are, of course, extended to any other country. And then we got the good news that St. Kitts now has improved visa-free options with Canada. Madam Speaker, why am I going through this? To show you that because of quick action, we were able to get St. Kitts and Nevis back on a good path. Madam Speaker, what we met in August of 2022 was the controversial Harris Prison Project, thousands of outstanding applications overwhelming the CBI unit, and the low cost of citizenship for St. Kitts and Nevis, all of which were going to result in the end of our good name in the international community. So, Madam Speaker, when people are saying that we acted quickly and it somewhat affected the CBI program, what it did is that it strengthened the CBI program. Because we wanted to get away from this type of system that was operating, Madam Speaker, to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis demonstrates that it's a responsible country, premised on the principles of good governance and integrity in public life. In truth, had they continued, Madam Speaker, our international migration standing would have been compromised. The sole purpose was on maximizing profits at any cost. At any cost. And a lot of that profit, Madam Speaker, we will have to examine. Madam Speaker, the dignity and integrity of our country is most important. That is why we were compelled to act decisively and swiftly. We bolstered our legislative and administrative frameworks right in here, well, with our SRNO, most importantly, to curtail any underselling, reinstated the primacy of law within our CBI program, and we terminated unscrupulous advertising practices. Madam Speaker, in all of this, we made sure that we were not going to compromise the security of St. Kitts and Nevis or any other country, especially our international partners. Since August 2022, we have been in regular contact with our international partners, particularly the United States of America, the EU, and the UK, advocating on behalf of the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. It has been tough, real rough. If it's one thing that has been extremely tough, is this one, because a lot of it is not under your control. A lot of it is influenced heavily by others. There have been difficult meetings, Madam Speaker, but we have done everything we could do, and we will continue to fight for our federation's good name. And in December of 2022, we issued new CBI regulations. We further strengthened those regulations in January 2023 and again in July 2023. Madam Speaker, had we not done that, we would have lost our visa-free access, Madam Speaker, which would have been devastating for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, devastating for our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. That is why we had to act as quickly as we did. In March 2023, in St. Kitts, at Park Hyatt, the Prime Ministers of each OECS member state that have a CBI program met with officials from the U.S. Treasury Department and agreed to 6 principles, those of which we have implemented, Madam Speaker. By July 2023, less than a year into our administration's tenure, the minimum investment option of the St. Kitts and Nevis CBI program was increased to US $250,000, dealing with the issue of underselling. And numerous other good governance structures were introduced to our CBI program. These measures have been commended by our international partners and CBI stakeholders of goodwill. Madam Speaker, in March of 2024, last week, in my capacity as the chairman of OECS, I advocated very strongly for the leaders of Antigua and Barbuda, the Commonwealth of Dominica, and Grenada to join forces with the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to execute an historic Memorandum of Agreement, MOA, to strengthen all of our CBI programs. And we did it, Madam Speaker. It is a tremendous feat to show our collective commitment to ensuring that our CBI programs survive and are sustainable. Madam Speaker, that was made public. The 4 small island states who signed the memorandum have committed to increase and harmonize a number of critical things, including a minimum investment amount of US $200,000. That will double it for some of the countries, Madam Speaker. We have therefore agreed that the minimum investment thresholds for our CBI programs shall represent the actual amount of funds received and applied towards an applicant's qualification under our respective CBI programs, and not the gross amount of funds paid by an applicant for which deductions, including the payment of commissions, are made. And therefore, I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to commend my fellow Prime Ministers and leaders in the region for recognizing that the CBI programs are too important to our respective economies to act irresponsibly in their operations. This move will show the world that our four nations are responsible and serious about operating investment migration programs that respect the rule of law, are sustainable, and do not offend the interests of our brothers and sisters in the international community. This was a tremendous achievement, Madam Speaker. And this leads me to discuss the future of the CBI. The Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024, which will get its first reading today, is meant to bring more transparency and accountability to the operations of our CIU. The current CIU operates as a department within the Ministry of National Security, Immigration and Citizenship, with financial oversight by the Prime Minister's Office. Operations of the CIU are therefore funded by funds appropriated in the annual estimates. However, we agree with the recommendation contained in the 2023 FATF and OECD report that I referred to earlier, that CBI jurisdictions should consider designating a specific specialist government agency, state, corporation, or specialist operational unit that holds the end-to-end responsibility of the safe day-to-day operation of an investment migration program and which is subject to effective oversight. This is a natural professionalization evolution of a 40-year-old program, Madam Speaker. There is a need for the CIU to have independent, professional management, operations, and high-performing staff. There is a need for the CIU to become a body corporate with an even more robust board of governors who report to the minister with responsibility for citizenship. Success stories in this model have been the St. Kitts Nevis Tourism Authority and SCASPA, Madam Speaker, and therefore this type of arrangement is not new to us. The bill also allows the CIU to collect money to manage its own affairs through the relevant administrative fees, while the bulk of the CBI revenue is still paid into the Consolidated Fund for Management by the Federal Ministry of Finance. We are not creating some other fund, Madam Speaker. The money will go directly into our treasury, directly into our consolidated fund. We believe this is a sensible approach in taking our CBI program to the next level and making it sustainable, and therefore encourage all citizens to read the bill for themselves before we debate it in the coming weeks. And the bill that will be tabled for the first time today in Parliament will be circulated so that we can have national input. Further, we are in the final stages of setting up the continuing international due diligence unit within the Ministry of National Security. Continuing international due diligence unit within the Ministry of National Security. Madam Speaker, this is fundamentally important. This is the next generation type of policy that we are introducing. St. Kitts and Nevis is introducing. So this due diligence unit within the Ministry of National Security will make sure to act as a vigilant and proactive entity, employing intelligence gathering, analysis, and collaboration to mitigate risks associated with the continued operation of our CBI program, Madam Speaker. This is the first time we have to respond and be responsible, and that is why we are creating the CIDD, and other countries have expressed interest, Madam Speaker. The CIDD unit will be headquartered in Europe. We envisage it will be Brussels. It will ensure that citizens holding passports issued by St. Kitts and Nevis and residing and working internationally abide by the laws of the countries in which they reside and visit. and that they abide by the international laws as well. It will also seek to alert the Ministry of SKN citizens who are being investigated for committing or have been arrested or charged with financial or other crimes internationally. Release number 3, release with and report to international law enforcement, anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing agencies within SKN citizens, when SKN citizens are being investigated for committing or have been arrested and or charged with financial or other crimes internationally. Number 4, retrieve passports, Madam Speaker, issued by St. Kitts and Nevis, which have been cancelled by the Minister pursuant to Passports and Travel Documents Act. It means if you're in Europe and your passport is to be retrieved, we will have somebody there to retrieve it. And lastly, create policies to mitigate and address any risks associated with St. Kitts and Nevis citizens who obtain their citizenship via our CBI program. We are a responsible nation, Madam Speaker. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I must state that St. Kitts and Nevis of 40 years ago is certainly not the St. Kitts and Nevis of today, thanks in part to our Citizenship by Investment program. While the program has played a role in achieving these successes, it has not come without scrutiny, criticism, and factors to be improved. The vision to use CBI to attract international investment was both bold and creative, but we must admit that over the years, we must advance the program to deal with the changes that we are seeing throughout the world. Madam Speaker, the program has not been mutually beneficial for all stakeholders, Madam Speaker, especially our people, who should always be the first beneficiaries of such programs. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we announced during the last campaign that when it is feasible to do, we will give CBI dividends to our people directly, Madam Speaker. Especially coming out of COVID, where things were challenging and hard, we gave the dividends to ease the burden of our people and to help to stimulate the struggling economy post-COVID, Madam Speaker. It is not all the time that a dividend will be available. A dividend is available when you have the resources from a particular investment or whatever the financial instrument might be, when that is available and you have so to give. Sometimes a year a particular firm might give, depending on how it performs. It may not be in a position to give. But, Madam Speaker, we wanted to share directly with the people of St. Kitts and Nevis what is theirs. And let me underscore, without error, that our CBI program will operate with unparalleled transparency under vigorous oversight from the CIU. We are committed to maintaining open and honest dialogue with our global partners, safeguarding the esteemed reputation of our Federation. We have fortified our legislative and administrative frameworks to thwart underselling and guarantee the completion of real estate ventures that are financed through the CBI program. And in pursuit of this objective, we invite discerning investors who recognize our nation's potential to support transformative projects that augment our law. Madam Speaker, our CBI program is currently being and will continue to be administered in such a way that all stakeholders can have an equal opportunity to benefit. Our engagements and directives are intentional, aiming for the enhanced prosperity of each and every individual within our nation through this evolved program. All these changes we have made will ensure that we will maintain, Madam Speaker, all these changes we have made will ensure that we maintain a progressive program and cement St. Kitts and Nevis's place as a leader in the CBI industry. And as custodian of our CBI program, I promise the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, home and abroad, that I will do everything within my power. This administration will do everything within its power to preserve the good name of our federation and always act in the best interests of our people. That is my word, and I've kept my word thus far, through thick and thin, Madam Speaker. That is why I had to act quickly. That is why this administration had to act quickly. That is why we had to act quickly and swiftly and decisively, Madam Speaker. Those actions thus far have saved our program and our good name. The results speak for themselves. Now, in our transformation into a sustainable island state, Madam Speaker, and I kept speaking about this because had we not developed such a strategy, had we continued to depend so significantly on one pillar of the economy, which is the CBI program, as the IMF said, it is extremely vulnerable. It means our future would be bleak, Madam Speaker. And so CBI, in the sustainable island state model, will be just one of the elements of our economic development in a diversified economy. Madam Speaker, I want to say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that it is critical that we diversify and transform. It is critical that we lead towards our sustainable island state. With that, Madam Speaker, I would say that this administration has acted very responsibly in a competent way for the benefit of all. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Senator Dr. Clark.
Just over 18 months ago, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration made a commitment to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis and to the future of our beloved federation with the presentation of its mandate to transition St. Kitts and Nevis to a sustainable island state. Transitioning to a sustainable island state requires the input, collaboration, partnership, and policy adjustment of every ministry and sector. The circular economy, a system of reusing materials in several production cycles, is one of the critical areas of transition outlined in the Sustainable Island State Agenda. The Ministry of Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment will join the interministerial efforts on the journey towards environmental sustainability with today's statement. Tuesday, 26 March 2024, marks a significant milestone for environmental protection for St. Kitts and Nevis. This action is a testament to our unwavering commitment to protect our natural environment and foster a sustainable future for our nation. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet has approved the three-phased ban on single-use plastic items across the Federation. While I need not delve into the pervasive challenge of plastic pollution, I am compelled, nonetheless, to remind every Kittitian and Nevisian that every small action collectively creates major movements in recycling, upcycling, and limiting the use of plastics. The small changes today will lead to incremental improvements in human and environmental health. Our students collected thousands of pounds of plastic bottles last year. Our landfill is bursting at the seams with plastics. What was once thought a viable solution to paper-based products has now become the gravest problems for our oceans. Each year, for 10 years, a single beach cleanup in St. Kitts would remove up to 3,000 pounds of plastics from our coast. Our diet, no matter how conscientious, has traces of cancer-related microplastics. St. Kitts and Nevis must now do its part to protect lives and livelihoods. The announcement of this first phase of the ban has been the result of extensive consultations with stakeholders, from the private sector to community groups, and backed by solid research and evidence of the detrimental impacts of plastic pollution. I thank the former Minister of Environment, Mr. Eric Evelyn, for taking us as far as he did while the Ministry of Environment was under his leadership. Allow me to present the critical facts as answers to some of the expected questions. Where is St. Kitts and Nevis in comparison to other Caribbean countries? To date, 12 Caribbean countries have banned using and importing single-use plastic items. These include Jamaica, Turks and Caicos, United States Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Aruba, Haiti, Barbados from the OECS, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada. Our federation is among the few remaining countries yet to do so and last in the OECS. But alas, we have done so. Will legislation support the policy decision? The ministry will present the NCEMA, National Conservation and Environmental Management Bill, very shortly. This bill will address the legislative needs for supporting the ban on single-use plastics. However, we are also anticipating the tabling of the Environmental Protection Restriction on Single-Use Plastics Bill, which, when introduced, would outline a comprehensive framework for banning specific plastic items. How is the Customs and Excise Department involved? The legislative framework includes a close partnership with Customs and Excise. Empowered under the Customs Act, the Customs Department will play a crucial role in restricting the importation of selected banned items, ensuring that our borders serve as the first line of defense against plastic pollution. What are the phases and what items are banned under each phase? The implementation of this ban is structured in 3 strategic phases, ensuring a smooth transition for our citizens and businesses towards more sustainable alternatives. Each phase includes a ban on importation on select items, followed by a 3-month window leading to a distribution ban. Phase 1, ban on the importation of single-use plastic T-shirt shopping bags. As of December 31st, 2024, imports of T-shirt shopping bags will be banned in the Federation. This is followed by a prohibition on the sale and distribution of T-shirt plastic bags on March 31st, 2025. Phase 2, ban on the importation of foam food containers and plastic straws, effective April 30th, 2025. The sale and distribution of plastic straws and foam containers will be prohibited starting July 31st, 2025. Phase 3, banning the importation of plastic cups, plastic plates, and plastic utensils on August 31st, 2025. A ban on their sale and distribution effective November 30th, 2025. Who are our partners in this process? The Republic of China and Taiwan. Our commitment is further demonstrated through the implementation of the Solid Waste Management and Recycling Project executed with our bilateral partners and the Taiwan ICDF program, which has led on our national recycling program. This joint effort has already made strides in changing behaviors and attitudes towards recycling and waste management. I must extend thanks to all schools, teachers, students, parents, and the Ministry of Education under the leadership of the Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Hanley for raising consciousness and pushing our recycling mandate. The Government of Canada, through the work of our High Commission and thanks to the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the leadership of the Right Honorable Dr. Denzil Douglas, Canada has graciously extended its support for conducting the relevant analysis of the cost of transition for every citizen. This will help in determining, along with our customers, consumers, and stakeholders, the appropriate tax structures to incentivize and support transition. A team will be headed to Canada to optimize this partnership. Stakeholders, thanks to all supermarkets and vendors who have already introduced a no plastic policy. Thanks to those who joined our No Plastic Bag Monday drive. Thanks to all restaurants and hotels who have joined the Sustainable Tourism Mandate under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, Marsha Henderson, of No Plastics, already making the switch to biodegradable materials and carry containers. This level of volunteer change, even in the absence of mandatory legislative bans, is laudable. Will there be duty-free concessions for biodegradable items? The Minister of Finance, the Honorable Prime Minister, will lead and subsequently announce the approved duties for biodegradable items and plastic alternatives. We extend thanks in advance for concessions that bring ease and facilitate transition. What are the benefits of banning single-use plastic items? The benefits are measurable. However, St. Kitts and Nevis joins the global community in ending plastic pollution. April 22nd, 2024, Earth Day, also sees an unwavering global commitment to end plastic pollution for the sake of human and planetary health, demanding a 60% reduction in the production of all plastics by 2040. Madam Speaker, we do not act alone in banning single-use plastics. In closing, the Ministry of Environment et al. Cannot transition alone. Our success over the next year as we move through each phase requires the collective effort of every citizen, every business, and every visitor to our islands. We look forward and we will support a plastic-free music festival and a plastic-free carnival. We look to each ministry to collect and recycle and eliminate plastic bottles from your meetings and conferences. Simple collective steps towards a circular economy and a sustainable island state. We call upon you, every citizen, every Kittitian, and every Nevisian, to employ and embrace alternatives to single-use plastics, to think consciously about the products you use and dispose of, and to support our local initiatives aimed at preserving our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Are there any other statements? Oh, proceed.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills and first reading.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to have read in this honorable House for the first time a bill entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Seconder. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Ms. Stapleton? The question is that the bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of a citizenship by investment unit for St. Christopher and Nevis as a body corporate and for related matters, otherwise known as the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024 has been read a first time.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I would want to propose a brief suspension of the Parliament to facilitate our colleagues from Nevis who are presently in Parliament, and we would want to be a part of the upcoming debate.
Honorable, would you suggest that we break for lunch and
Lunch is
resume?
Yes, we propose lunch break at this point then.
Very well. It's now 12:15. An hour and a half? An hour? 1:15? 1:15. All right. The House will rise for 1 hour and resume at 1:15.
Reporting from the Carib Update News Service News Center, I am Nikita Wells. Coming up tonight, Dominica's Prime Minister holds talks with China's President during state visit to Beijing. Haiti's Transitional Council still fails to agree on operational terms. Grenada's largest credit union shuts down operations after cyber attack. An American man makes a court appearance in Grenada after being charged with manslaughter in the death of a student at a hotel there. The UN Security Council passes resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Details of these stories and more straight ahead. Big tonight, Dominica's Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit has met in Beijing with China's President Xi Jinping. The meeting Monday came on the second full day of his official visit to China at the head of a delegation which includes Foreign Minister Vince Henderson and Finance Minister Irvin McIntyre. The two leaders discussed the bilateral relations between their countries and areas of possible cooperation. Both leaders hailed the value of their ties between the two countries after 20 years of diplomatic relations.
多米尼克是加勒比地区的重要国家，也是中国在该地区值得信赖的好朋友，也是好伙伴。中多关系已经成为南南合作的典范。中国援助多米尼克的农业专家组和医疗队写下了两国友谊的佳话。中国援建的医院、公路、体育场等项目见证了两国友好合作。中方愿同多方一道努力，把友好关系转化为合作共赢的动力，来推动中多关系收获更多的成果，更多的造福于两国人民。
During his visit, Prime Minister Skerrit is expected to sign several cooperation agreements with China. Also on Monday, Prime Minister Skerrit laid a wreath at the monument to the People's Heroes on the Tiananmen Square in Beijing. On Sunday, the Dominica delegation toured the facilities of Huawei, one of the world's leading providers of information and communication technology. Political uncertainty continues in Haiti. A meeting of the Transitional Council reconvened on Monday after members failed to agree over the weekend on how the body will function. The council was put in place after Ariel Henry yielded to pressure and resigned as Prime Minister on March 11. However, negotiations over its formation have been slow despite pressure from neighboring Caribbean countries and the United States. The council is meant to name an interim Prime Minister to oversee the country's first elections since 2016. With the country rocked by a spate of violence, hunger in Haiti is on the rise, with roughly half the population struggling to feed themselves. A total of 35 Americans have so far been rescued from Haiti by state-coordinated emergency flights. That's according to Florida's Division of Emergency Management. This after a plane carrying 21 Americans fleeing Haiti arrived in Orlando, Florida on Saturday night, the latest in a series of U.S. chartered flights from the embattled Caribbean nation, which has descended into chaos amid rampant gang violence and political instability. According to the agency, those who landed in Orlando had access to numerous resources, including meals and water, lodging, transportation, basic health and medical screenings, phones, and ID replacement services. Thousands of people have fled Haiti's capital in recent weeks as gangs continue to run riot, with many traveling to New York and the town of Spring Valley. Spring Valley is home to around 6,000 Haitians, with more arriving every day. More details on this in this report.
This community centre in Spring Valley in Rockland County is the first port of call for many Haitian migrants arriving in New York. It's Renaud Julien's life's work. He fled Haiti at the end of the Duvalier regime. Almost 4 decades on, his homeland is once again overrun by gangs. His centre helped over 4,000 Haitian migrants last year. A dozen new arrivals come through these doors every week.
Here we help them, with English classes, with job search. Everything that an immigrant needs, we offer it here. It has been extremely busy here at Combit Lakai due to the situation of Haiti. Because as you guys know, thousands of Haitians have been forced to leave Haiti.
Jean-Marc Mathurin is applying for asylum in America. He arrived here a fortnight ago with nothing. He left Haiti after gangs killed his father and burnt his home and travelled on foot through several Latin American countries to get to the US southern border and cross the Rio Grande.
There were two men in front of me, a Venezuelan and a Haitian, and they drowned because they didn't know how to swim.
While some migrants travel via Mexico, others, like 22-year-old medical student Kartika Sari-Rene, are sponsored by family members. One day, leaving med school with her friends, she narrowly escaped being kidnapped.
I was walking with some friends and some kidnappers passed by. We ran to escape from them. We hid from them. It was really awful.
Kartika hopes that she'll be able to pursue her dream of becoming a pediatrician.
I love to help people. I can't stand to see people suffer.
It pains her to leave Haiti and her studies, but she was left with little choice.
The President of the Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader, has declared that his country will continue to expel Haitian nationals and will not authorize refugee camps on its territory. The Dominican Republic continues to ignore demands from international organizations that have asked the neighboring country to stop expulsions and welcome Haitians fleeing violence. Speaking in a recent interview, Abinader said that his administration will continue to, as he puts it, develop and enforce laws related to migration. The president said there are many alternatives to the situation that do not include the Dominican Republic that shares the island of Hispaniola with Haiti. Two New York City legislators have called for the United States to increase its intervention and support for Haiti. New York City Council members Farah Louis and Mercedes Narcisse were part of a delegation of other prominent Haitian American leaders and faith-based leaders that traveled to Washington seeking support to end the political and socio-economic situation in Haiti. The delegation engaged in crucial discussions with key political figures, including U.S. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. The council members said they requested that measures be implemented to combat gun trafficking and bolster humanitarian aid efforts and initiatives for peace in Haiti, among other things. This is Primetime Caribbean. We'll be right back. Also big tonight, customers of a credit union in Grenada had no access to their money Monday. Ariza Credit Union, the largest in the country, said it shut down all of its systems as a precautionary measure after a massive hacking attempt. The credit union alerted its customers and the general public via a press release and broadcasted SMS about a cyber attack. The release stated that as a precautionary measure, all in-branch, ATM, and online services have been suspended until March 27. Sources
Public Business Bill, second reading.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
With your leave, Madam Speaker, I rise to have read for the second time in this honourable House a bill shortly entitled Medical Laboratories Bill 2024. First reading was 22nd February 2024, Madam Speaker. This bill seeks to establish the Medical Laboratories Council and provide an adequate framework for the licensing, monitoring, and inspection of the operations of a medical laboratory. Madam Speaker, as we speak, there is no real legislation around this. And this, of course, would make sure that there is no room for anyone to act in a way where they can just set up a laboratory and start to function as a business without the appropriate licensing, monitoring, and inspection. This, of course, speaks towards our whole thrust to create St. Kitts and Nevis as an area where medical services can be guaranteed with the highest standards. And in addition, as we seek to have JNF become an accredited institution, and as we seek to make sure that when it comes to fulfilling our SDGs and our pillars for our sustainable island state, where it speaks about social protection, and of course, medical services and our healthcare comes under that, we want to make sure that we have the best legal framework to ensure what we are seeking to achieve. So the background, Madam Speaker, medical laboratories are critical components of the healthcare system, as they are responsible for conducting tests that aid in the diagnosis, treatment, and monitoring of various medical conditions. To uphold the quality and reliability of laboratory testing, laws must be established to govern the operation of medical laboratories. In that connection, there has been a marked increase in the number of laboratories operating within St. Kitts and Nevis over the past 5 years. The COVID-19 pandemic helped to underscore the growing need for such a service. However, whilst the expansion of these kinds of enterprises has been quite advantageous to the Federation, it is clear that there is need for proper regulation of the operation of laboratories as a whole. In fact, the international best practice requires that medical laboratories should operate within the parameters of certain fundamental standards. Madam Speaker, medical laboratory laws encompass various components that are essential for the effective regulation of laboratory activities. These components include licensure and accreditation requirements, proficiency testing, quality control measures, personal qualifications, and the handling of laboratory specimens. Licensure and accreditation ensure that laboratories meet specific criteria related to facility infrastructure, equipment, and staff qualifications. Proficiency testing involves the regular evaluation of a laboratory's performance by external organizations to verify the accuracy of test results. Quality control measures encompass protocols for monitoring and maintaining the precision and reliability of testing processes. Personal qualifications stipulate the education, training, and certification requirements for laboratory staff, while specimen handling laws govern the proper collection, storage, and transport of biological samples. The Chief Medical Officer and the Ministry of Health, therefore, have advocated for the establishment of an adequate framework for licensing, monitoring, and inspection of the operations of medical laboratories. The purpose to propose medical laboratory bill, this seeks to ensure the quality, accuracy, and ethical standards of medical laboratory services, thereby safeguarding public health. It has been determined that in keeping with principles of transparency and integrity as it pertains to the operation of medical laboratories, that these institutions should be brought under the umbrella of appropriate legislation to govern and regulate their operations. Madam Speaker, where I mentioned medical laboratories, I'll just shorten it to say labs for the interest of time. The bill aims to minimize errors and discrepancies in testing, ultimately enhancing patient safety, care, and overall well-being by providing for the enforcement of international standards and best practices. The bill...
My apologies, but you're going a bit, you're moving swiftly along, but we have the, yes, please, the interpreters.
Yes, I'll slow down. The bill aims to minimize errors and discrepancies in testing, ultimately enhancing patient safety, care, and overall well-being by providing for the enforcement of international standards and best practices. The bill should help prevent misdiagnosis, unnecessary treatments, and potential harm to patients. Moreover, the bill promotes the uniformity and consistency of testing across different labs in the Federation, thereby ensuring that healthcare providers can rely on the accuracy of results when making clinical decisions. The bill also serves to protect the rights of patients by safeguarding the confidentiality and proper use of their health information. Madam Speaker, this bill establishes the Medical Lab Council, consisting of the following: the Chief Medical Officer, a representative of the board of the Medical Board, the Director of St. Christopher and Nevis Bureau of Standards, an attorney at law, at least 5 years experience, nominated by St. Christopher and Nevis Bar Association, 2 laboratory technologists of at least 5 years experience, I'll slow it down, in medical labs, pathology, nominated by the Medical Board, one of whom shall be a member of the Caribbean Association of Medical Technologists, and a representative of the Chamber of Industry and Commerce. The provisions of the bill regarding licensing of medical laboratories can be summarized, therefore. It is illegal, can be summarized as follows. It is illegal to operate a medical lab without a license, with exceptions for public medical labs. Offenders can face fines and imprisonment. Premises must be licensed if represented as a medical lab or used as one. Applicants must provide various information to the Council, including evidence of qualifications, staffing, equipment, waste disposal procedures, and more. The Council must decide on license application within 90 days if the applicant meets all requirements. A provisional license may be issued if the applicant shows intent to correct deficiencies and meet certain criteria. It goes on with aspects of the licenses, Madam Speaker. The Council must decide on license application, as mentioned before, within 90 days. A provisional license may be issued if the applicant shows intent to correct deficiencies and meet certain criteria. Licenses must comply with the terms, conditions, limitations, and restrictions of their license and may need to establish a developmental plan for accreditation. Licenses must contain specific information about the license and the medical lab. Licenses are valid for 2 years and can be renewed if requirements are met. Licenses must be displayed prominently in medical labs. Licenses cannot transfer or assign their licenses. License renewal requires application to the Council and meeting all requirements. License terms and conditions can be varied on application to Council. Licenses can be suspended or revoked for various reasons, including failure to comply with regulations or terms of the license. Licenses can voluntarily surrender. Licensees can voluntarily surrender their license. In case of destruction, defacement, or loss of license, the Minister may issue a certificate with the same effect as the original license. The Council must maintain a register of licensed medical labs containing specific information about each license. The Council must publish notices of license suspension, revocation, removal, or restoration in the Gazette. This other section, Madam Speaker, deals with the monitoring and inspection of medical labs and includes the following key points. The Council can request information from licenses and specify how and when it should be provided. The Council can designate inspectors who must carry a certificate of identity and produce it upon request when entering premises. Inspectors can conduct inspections, assessments, investigations, and inquiries as necessary to enforce the Act. They can enter premises if an application for licensing has been made, a medical laboratory or lab is being operated, or if there is suspicion of a contravention of the Act. Licensees must assist inspectors and make the medical labs and relevant documents available for inspection. Madam Speaker, a magistrate may issue a warrant authorizing inspectors to enter on such premises if there are reasonable grounds to believe an offense has been committed and evidence is on the premises. Inspectors can make copies of documents and must promptly return the originals. If a licensed medical lab is found to be in an unsatisfactory condition, the council must notify the licensee in writing and provide a period of rectification. If the licensee fails to comply, the council must revoke the notice or suspend or revoke the license. It is an offense to obstruct, assault, or intimidate an inspector in the execution of their duties, with the penalties including fines and imprisonment. Madam Speaker, as I said, this bill was first introduced on February 22, 2024. It's a short bill, a non-controversial bill, but it's a very significant bill, Madam Speaker. I can tell you, just by introducing this bill, when this bill is passed into law, this will have a significant impact on the quality of laboratory services, which will redound in a lot of positive benefits to our people, in the sense that, one, when you have accuracy in lab results and tests, that means that doctors and medical practitioners will be in a better position to offer the best management and or treatment for any medical condition that is being tested for. This is critically important, Madam Speaker. I remember many times you get a lab result, and if you look at the lab result, and if you don't quickly recognize that this can be a result that is off, you can be treating people for diseases that they don't have. Or you can be denying treatment to people for diseases that they have. This is very, very critically important. So once you have the monitoring of these labs, it means, therefore, that you will ensure quality. And establishing quality is essential in delivering excellent medical care. So, Madam Speaker, with that, may it please you.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 8. Is there a seconder? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to firstly second the reading or the second reading of the Medical Laboratories Bill 2024 and support the honourable mover of the bill in bringing this very critical, non-controversial bill to this honourable House. As the mover of the bill mentioned, this bill is seeking to establish the Medical Laboratories Council and provide the adequate framework for licensing, monitoring, and inspection of the operations of a medical laboratory. I won't go very long on this, just to give the support and point out some critical parts that these institutions usually need to have, and I want to reassure the general public that they do. Medical laboratories, of course, will have access to very sensitive information because these are people's results of tests that are done. And this bill provides for language that will ensure the confidentiality of the information accessed by these laboratories. Much like a doctor has with his information, this bill will now allow for confidentiality to be assessed or to be mandated for those who operate in this space. Also, another important aspect of any bit of legislation like this, or any council, is for the ability for persons to have the right of appeal for decisions made by the council. And all of this is encapsulated in this bit of legislation. And so I think those are two critical points which I saw that is important for the public to have confidence in, that the mechanisms exist now for there to be proper regulation and a framework surrounding medical laboratories. And there is the protection for the patient, but also there is the due process available for those who operate in this space. So with those few words, I trust that this bill has safe passage in our Honorable House. And again, I give my full support to the mover of the bill and for the establishment of the Medical Laboratories Council. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, of course, at this time to add my own quota to the ongoing debate on the bill shortly entitled Medical Laboratories Bill 2024, and of course to lend my support specifically to the mover of the bill and also to the comments and what would have transpired in support of the bill so far. I believe that as we try to develop a very, not just modern, but ultra-modern St. Kitts and Nevis, we need to ensure that we do all that is right that would encourage the furtherance of the basic policy of providing services to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, especially as we boast of developing a services economy here in St. Kitts and Nevis. I've had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to not only have the portfolio of foreign affairs, economic development, etc., but specifically also the Minister of Trade. And the Ministry of Trade, as the Minister of Trade, we recognize that this, of course, includes a number of departments, and one of these departments is really the Consumer Affairs Department, and that is associated with the multi-purpose lab, which is a critical part of ensuring that standards are not only set but maintained and properly policed by the authorities of the country. I make mention of that because this bill, to some extent, is in keeping with the intention of the government to bring comfort to people who would be, from time to time, who would need to use the medical laboratory as part of the ongoing confirmation of diseases that would have been detected, and also, to a large extent, to pursue investigation of such diseases as far as possible. And so, as we look at the new country that we are trying to establish, it is not only just simply providing services in the area of financial services, hospitality services with regard to tourism, But I believe that the time is going to come in this country when we would be able to make far-reaching requests for companies and enterprises that are involved in the pharmaceutical industry to be established here in St. Kitts and Nevis. This is one of the areas that we have not been, that we have not tapped into as yet. But I can give notice that it is our intention in particular, even though there are some challenges that we may have with regard to some Asian countries, like what is happening, for example, in India, that we would want to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis will be open to attract investment in the pharmaceutical industry and thus broaden the base that we would be utilizing not only in attracting investment dollars, but in providing opportunities for employment for our young, brilliant people who can be scientifically and medically minded. So, to a large extent, it is part of the diversification of the medical industry, medical sector, the health sector. It also, of course, will provide opportunities to ensure that appropriate standards are attained, because we would expect that if there is going to be the development of the pharmaceutical industry here in St. Kitts and Nevis, there must be established and proper lab research that would be done in ensuring that what is provided, what is produced, in fact, meeting specific standards, not just standards within the region, but international standards as well. And so it is important that as we think ahead and as we prepare our people to go into new areas of activity, as we broaden the base for learning at the secondary and at the tertiary level, we want to make sure that we have the background properly set, and we have the necessary groundwork being prepared for this possible expansion. So the bill is very, very important in terms of projecting St. Kitts and Nevis in the future and, of course, consolidating its efforts of attaining certain standards at the present day. And so, as I'm sure the mover would have gone through, the bill has a number of parts. It has, in fact, just 6 parts. There is part 1, that is the preliminary, part 2, which speaks to the Medical Laboratory Council. It speaks of who gets appointed to the council. It speaks to the tenure of office of members of the council. It speaks to alternate members. It also, of course, speaks to how the appointment of members would be proclaimed to the public by way of our gazette. It speaks to the revocation of the appointments of the members of the council, and also, of course, those who would be asked to act in the positions from time to time. Of course, these are persons who we expect would have some kind of professional training, and who, again, because of the need to ensure that standards are maintained, they have to be properly paid. And so there is Section 11, Section 10, sorry, that speaks specifically of the remuneration of members of the council. It speaks to a large extent, as I said, not only in terms of the appointments and so forth and the various committees, but it speaks to the importance of disclosure of interest and confidentiality, which the the second of the bill a moment ago was speaking to. In other words, St. Kitts and Nevis, under this administration, is planning for a better and brighter future. The council has to be funded. How is it to be funded? That is outlined in Section 23 under Part 3, which is subheaded the financial provisions of this Act. It speaks to the use of funds and resources of the council. It speaks to the important matter of exemption from taxes and how the council will have proper accountability in terms of its audited accounts, published accounts, and the public accounts as well. The licensing of the medical laboratories is critically important because under this particular part 4, it speaks of the operation of the medical laboratory. It speaks of the premises of a medical laboratory. What kind of premises would be designated as a medical laboratory? It speaks of the application for license, how the license is issued. It speaks to the provisional license that would be given until the final license is given. It speaks to the conditions of the license. And it goes into greater detail to speak of how St. Kitts and Nevis, how the Parliament of this country is taking this matter of providing specialized services in the medical field, how we are taking this seriously so that we can protect not only the name and the image of our country, but we also, of course, will protect the continued expansion and development of healthcare services, which we said is going to be critically important. We've had discussions with persons who are interested in bringing specialized laboratories here. You've heard the Prime Minister on several occasions, Minister of Health, speak of the need for us to get into renal transplant. Now, we could scarcely do this without appropriate laboratory results that will guide the decision as to exactly which patients would be engaged in such activity, not only in terms of the donor of the kidney, but also the recipient of the kidney. The battery of tests that would have to be done. And instead of having to send things off to Trinidad and Barbados, etc., we should be able to establish the right environment here with regard to the backup services of the medical laboratory so that we can encapsulate all of these services as one right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. This is very exciting, Madam Speaker, with respect. It wants me to, I'm almost thinking of going further into this field. But of course, I'm sure there are others who already have reached that far. And it is our duty at this level to lend the necessary support to those who have ventured into this area and bring comfort, not only comfort to our people, but comfort to the thousands of tourists who will visit our shores, who over the next few years will be coming here, especially those centers which will now begin to provide health services, medical tourism, health tourism, whatever you want to call it. They, I believe, would be comforted in knowing that St. Kitts and Nevis is ready to face the rest of the world and diversify our tourism sector into medical and health services. I am very excited, Madam Speaker. With those few words, I say, pleasant passage and support for this bill. Thanks.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6. Microphone. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. Move of the bill to do his wrap-up.
All right, Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to wrap up debate on this bill shortly entitled Medical Laboratory Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, as was expressed by those who spoke, and of course, member from number 6 who himself is a trained medical doctor, and of course spoke to the other benefits and importance, of course, of having this bill passed. This will result in a lot of positive benefits for people within the medical field and other areas where lab services are needed, but fundamentally within the scope of medical care, health care, making sure that St. Kitts and Nevis will be counted among those countries that have a strengthened healthcare system and that, of course, is meeting international standard. That is how we are going to build the new St. Kitts and Nevis. That is how we are going to really expand our reach as a country. And that is how we are going to be an attraction to those who want to visit St. Kitts and Nevis. Let me say, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up this debate, that there are tourists who may not come to our shores because they would like to see what type of medical services you have available. They check, and because of that, if they are not pleased with what they find in their research, they will avoid coming to St. Kitts and Nevis and go to another country. Therefore, we expect that this would also have benefits within the tourism sector as well, as we are now seeking to also build out our medical tourism. To add, Madam Speaker, I want to say that our renal transplant program is basically on its way. We are at the point of welcoming those persons who want to have renal transplant services for the first time in St. Kitts and Nevis. That's one. Secondly, Madam Speaker, and we're going to extend this to the OECS countries. The second thing is that we are now going to establish our sickle cell specialty clinic. The German doctor, who I spoke of since 2019, will be here in just a couple of weeks. That clinic will not only treat sickle cell, but we are seeking to establish to cure sickle cell for the people within the region. So that will also be extended to the people throughout the region. We are West African people, and therefore it means that we have the genes to some extent for sickle cell disease. Why is this important? Because for us to support this type of super advanced type of specialty areas in medical care and health care, we have to have the labs to properly support these type of ventures and to make sure that we are on good footing. And so I will say that this is timely. I think it's a Nevis will become the buzz for even within the medical field. So I know we are the buzziest for tourism right now. We have to get buzzy also for medical care as well. And so I want to say that we will see a pharmacy bill. We will see bills that deal with allied health services, because we are determined to establish standards here in St. Kitts and Nevis so that our people can get excellent health care, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to extend this because the laboratory is critical. This is one of the things I think I should mention, and I want to applaud all the people in health. This is quite interesting, Madam Speaker, in the sense that, just give me 1 second to look for it, because it's a critical piece of data that I want to say here today. I have a lot of data here, but let me say this part, Madam Speaker, because it relates to health, as this bill is fundamentally relating to the health sector. Infant deaths, 2023, Madam Speaker, infant deaths. We had 4 infant deaths, Madam Speaker, of which neonates were 3. Neonates are those newly born, and and so forth. Madam Speaker, deaths between children between 1 and 4, 0, Madam Speaker. 0. So what does this mean? This is the lowest we have ever had in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis. Not just St. Kitts, but St. Kitts and Nevis. The lowest, no child between 1 and 4 died last year in St. Kitts and Nevis because of the strengthening of our health sector, Madam Speaker. And this speaks to it. The lowest in history. Just a century ago, we used to have 300 to 400 children died, neonates died. 300 to 400 per year. 100 years later, with an independent nation, we have achieved 0 deaths in one category and 4 overall, which is the lowest ever in history. And I am certain that this is one of the lowest in the Western Hemisphere. That is why, when I said that St. Kitts and Nevis must become the safest place on earth to have a child, Madam Speaker, some people may have thought that I was just talking. Last year, 2023, might have been the safest place, and St. Kitts might have been the safest place on earth to have a child because of that significant low death rate and to have no child between 1 and 4 who died. Those children benefited from the Children Medical Assistance Plan or program. Nevisions benefited as well. Children from Nevis benefited as well. They were able to go overseas and get these advanced treatment which saved their lives. But apart from that, I want to congratulate all of the workers in the health sector, both St. Kitts and Nevis, the nurses, the assistants, the obstetricians and so forth, those who gave the good prenatal care to the mothers here. We have to look at this as a system result. Everyone who was involved, of course, must be commended. But the reason why I'm bringing this, Madam Speaker, because there are those who like to go around and say, oh, the hospital this and this and this, that. And last year might have been the safest place on earth, St. Kitts might have been the safest place on earth to have a child. Children between 1 and 4, none died. That is a significant milestone, Madam Speaker. And so the numbers don't lie, and you don't achieve these historic things by just talking. While I was talking, we were putting the plans in place, Madam Speaker. And I will dare say that as we continue to strengthen the health sector, these type of results are what we're going to expect. I want to lastly say that when we were putting these new policies in place, I thought it would have taken us about 2.5 years to 3 years to see St. Kitts as maybe the safest place in the Caribbean to have a child. But Madam Speaker, putting in those policies, look at how quickly our system has responded. That is why I give kudos to our medical doctors, our nurses, our lab people, our x-ray people, even the person who pushed the trolley. Because if you are a person who is responsible for taking a patient from A to B, and you don't act quickly, that patient can die. So your work is also important. The cleaner, those who cook, those who make sure the linen are clean, the linens are clean and so forth, is everybody in a system has to work together to achieve this significant. I don't want this to be lost, Madam Speaker. In 2023, St. Kitts and Nevis, for the first time in history, recorded 0 deaths for children from 1 to 4. From 0 to 5, 4, 3 neonates, the lowest ever in history. And the reason for that, we brought the World Pediatric Project in St. Kitts, Madam Speaker, for the first time. They train our pediatrician, they train our nurses who deal with neonates in how to handle complicated newborns, Madam Speaker, and recently born. And that, of course, has resulted in what we are seeing at this particular moment. So I want to thank PALS and thank the World Pediatric Project, because what we are passing today, this bill, as it seeks to strengthen the lab, is going to strengthen our overall healthcare service here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And that will result in these outstanding type of results that we are already seeing within the health sector. So while the health sector has room to grow, and we are passing this today in this honorable house because this is a gap that must be filled. While it is not perfect, Madam Speaker, if I was at a bar having a drink, which I don't have frequently, I would have said, boy, this is good. This is good. Madam Speaker, it means, therefore, that all these children who are alive, who would have otherwise been dead, they are happy with their families, and the parents, of course, are enjoying their little ones. And it means that we have to be always mindful that even simple bills like these, which are non-controversial, would have tremendous positive impact on our people now and in the future. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Medical Laboratories Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to establish the Medical Laboratories Council and provide for the licensing, monitoring, and inspection of the operations of a medical laboratory and for related matters, otherwise known as the Medical Laboratories Bill 2024.
Shortly entitled Medical Laboratories Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 through 64.
The question is that clauses 1 through 64 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedules 1 through 4.
The question is that Schedules 1 through 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The House resumes.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled Medical Bill 2024 has passed through the committee stage without amendments, and I further move that the bill be read a third time and pass into law. Please, Madam Speaker.
I second the motion, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, before we proceed to the vote, I must place on the record a fiat that was received by the Governor-General in accordance with Standing Orders 25 and 54. The recommendation reads as follows. in pursuance of Section 43 of the St. Christopher and Nevis Constitution Order 1983 and acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, I recommend for introduction into the National Assembly the following: the National Productivity Council Bill 2024, the Medical Laboratories Bill 2024, and was dated on the 26th day of March 2024 and signed by the Governor General. The fiat, was also signified, which is a requirement of the standing orders. It was signified by the Minister of Finance on the 26th day of March 2024. I will now place the question. The question is that the Medical Laboratories Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to establish the Medical Laboratories Council and provide for the licensing, monitoring, and inspection of the operations of a medical laboratory and for related matters, otherwise known as the Medical Laboratories Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Medical Laboratories Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher II.
Madam Speaker, I rise to have read for the second time in this honourable House the bill shortly entitled National Productivity Council Bill 2024, which had its first reading on the 22nd of February 2024. Madam Speaker, the genesis of the bill comes from the recommendations made by the National Minimum Wage Advisory Committee in its final report dated November 23rd, 2023, which recommended, amongst other things, the establishment of the National Productivity Council with a view towards the implementation of a productivity matrix. The committee recommended the establishment of the council, and this government shares the view of the advisory committee that productivity is an absolutely crucial issue that would move our federation forward. And at this point, Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge from the outset the work of the committee in this regard, as well as to commend the leadership of the committee, competently led by His Excellency Sam Kondo, who has significant experience in this area and has done substantial work so far. It is on this basis, Madam Speaker, that on the 27th of November 2023, just a few months ago, the Cabinet directed the Attorney General's office to draft legislation to provide for the National Productivity Council. And permit me, Madam Speaker, to say NPC going forward so that I don't have to repeat consistently the words National Productivity Council. Productivity for this government is of great and utmost importance. In fact, during his 2024 budget address, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister made the following statements about productivity. It is well known that when workers have more disposable income, they spend more within their communities, thus stimulating local businesses. This creates a cycle of growth leading to increased production and economic stability. We acknowledge, and this is the Prime Minister saying then, we acknowledge that raising the minimum wage is an investment in our future as it fosters a healthier, more motivated, and more productive workforce. It incentivizes people to pursue education and skill development, knowing that their efforts will translate into a better quality of life. The Honorable Prime Minister went on to say, "It therefore gives me great pleasure to announce," and he announced at that time, "the general increase in salaries for civil servants." And he said, "We hope that this increase will positively impact your attitude and commitment to professionalism and productivity. Our government urges our people to exhibit diligence in work, prudent financial management, productivity in employment, and the safeguarding of their financial futures through regular savings and budgeting, fostering a collective commitment to progress and prosperity." End of quote. In the same address, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister said to the nation concerning the Productivity Council, he said, "Over the coming months, efforts would be made to improve productivity and expand economic capacity and fast-track the green energy transition in order to yield term benefits and energy security." Madam Speaker, this is in fact not the first initiative of this kind undertaken by a Labour-led administration. Under the Denzel Douglas Labour-led administration, the National Competitiveness Council, which was an informal group, was established on the 22nd of December 2009 as a part of the government's private sector development strategy, and this council began its work in late January 2010. Even then, Madam Speaker, the issue of productivity featured prominently. In the 2010 report from that committee, they said, with respect to productivity, and they were speaking as to the status quo at the time, "As is recognized in the report, competitiveness is a journey, not a destination. Success for St. Kitts and Nevis on that journey will be heavily dependent on substantial economic and social changes, including increased fiscal discipline at the national level, excellence in the service industries, quality in manufacturing, and most importantly, improved productivity throughout the public and private sectors. The entire society must establish and maintain an awareness to improve its social discipline as a basis for the changes required to achieve international competitiveness." The said report goes on to say, "The Council supports the view strongly promoted by Professor Michael Porter, the guru in this field of economics, that productivity sets a nation's standard of living and is therefore a key factor in determining how competitive a country will be." The Council went on to identify that the major threats to development, and this is at that time, in our opinion, are unacceptably high level of crime, the political polarization and disunity of our society, low levels of productivity and efficiency, and the general decline in attitudes and ill discipline. Madam Speaker, there is an inextricable link between productivity and prosperity. Productivity growth in the private sector tends to lead to increased profits, which benefit shareholders, employees, and consumers, and in the public sector, increase government tax revenue. Productivity growth in the public sector tends to lead to cost efficiencies and savings to the public purse and contributes to productivity as well in the private sector. Strong national productivity makes a country more competitive and attractive not only to local but foreign investors. Over long periods of time, Madam Speaker, small differences in the rates of productivity growth compound, just like interest in a bank account, and can make an enormous difference to a society's prosperity. Nothing contributes more to material well-being, to the reduction of poverty, to increase in leisure times. And if I could stop here and say that once this bill is successful, the Ministry of Labour and Employment and this government seeks next to introduce the 4-week workday. And that is one of the benefits of having a National Productivity Council, 4-day work week. Let me say it that way, not 4 weeks. 4 days of work in a work week. And we think this would be the ideal time to introduce it. We've had discussions with the central bank and other stakeholders on this issue, and the introduction of this council will help with determining the success of that initiative as well. So nothing contributes more to material well-being, to the reduction in poverty, to increases in leisure time, and to a country's ability to finance education, public health, environment, and the arts than its productivity growth rates. And that was said some years ago, in 2009, by Alan Blinder, and we adopt that today, Madam Speaker. I wish at this time to highlight some of the benefits of establishing the NPC in a small island federation seeking to become a sustainable island state. 1, the NPC can help to improve productivity in key sectors leading to economic growth and prosperity. And I'm looking at section 5 of the bill that speaks to the functions and making these assertions. I think it is in section 5D that speaks to facilitating the adoption of best practices. The NPC then can promote best practices in resource management. The council can help to make the state more efficient with the use of its limited resources. Another benefit, Madam Speaker, is that the NPC can play a crucial role in promoting sustainable development practices, helping the state to achieve its goal of becoming a sustainable island state. By encouraging innovation and the adoption of new technologies, as outlined, I think, in section 5D as well of the bill, the council can help to stay competitive, help the state to stay competitive in the global economy. The NPC can also focus on the building of capacity of local businesses and industries, helping them improve their competitiveness and productivity, as is proposed in sections 5A and B, respectively, of the bill. The NPC can provide valuable input to the government in formulating policies and strategies to enhance productivity and sustainable development. And more importantly, Madam Speaker, the NPC can serve as a key driver of economic growth, sustainability, and competitiveness for a small island state, seeking, as I said, to achieve its development goals. In 5H, it says one of the functions of the council is to prepare a national productivity matrix. And what is that, Madam Speaker? What is a productivity matrix? This is known as a productivity matrix chart, as it's sometimes called. It is a tool used to analyze and improve productivity within an organization. It typically involves mapping various factors that influence productivity in a matrix format to identify areas for improvement. Some of the basic features of how a productivity matrix is typically structured, Madam Speaker, includes the listing of key factors that influence productivity. These could include things like technology, the workforce skills, processing efficiency, etc. Now, the bill establishes, Madam Speaker, the council consisting of the following persons by virtue of section 6 of the bill, which speaks to the composition, the persons on appointment by the Governor General, in consultation, of course, with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. So the Council is proposed to have a total of 9 persons. The chairperson, like I said, would be appointed in consultation with the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition. They'll be appointed by the Governor General, and 8 other members appointed by several other persons, including in consultation with other persons, including the Deputy Governor General, the Prime Minister, the Premier, the Minister with responsibility for labor and employment. Of course, consultation would have been had with the trade union and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The bill speaks to the purpose and objective of the Council in Section 4. And what strikes me is Section 4.2, which says the Council shall carry out its objectives in a manner consistent with the principles of fairness, inclusivity, and of course, sustainable development. It speaks to the purpose and the mandate of the Council being to promote a culture of productivity, and this has plagued us as a nation for a number of years. Efficiency and innovation, both in the public and private sector. One of the other objectives is to enhance productivity levels, both within the civil sector and the general workforce. For me, Madam Speaker, respectfully, and for this government, the introduction of this council and this bill is definitely a step in the right direction. It is the bill is short and non-controversial. It creates a systematic process that benefits not just employers, but employees as well. The bill has the fundamental economic well-being of St. Kitts and Nevis at heart. As such, Madam Speaker, I crave the indulgence and support of the members of this Honourable House in this regard, and wish this bill safe passage through this Honourable House.
Thank you to the Honourable Member of St. Christopher II, mover of the bill. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher VIII.
Madam Speaker, I just want to, with your leave, I rise to second the motion on the bill that was presented and to also speak very shortly on it. Madam Speaker, I think that the mover of the bill, member from number 2, did an excellent job in really outlining the aspects of the bill, the different sections of the bill and what they mean and so forth. And she would have quoted some of the things that I would have said with respect to productivity even in the last budget. I want to thank the mover of the bill for bringing such a timely and important piece of legislation to be passed in this honorable House, which is in keeping with our goal of developing a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, all fit together. Madam Speaker, I will not go into the semantics of the bill directly, but I want to speak to the essence of the bill. And to say that the essence of the bill is found in the Bible, Madam Speaker. I want to quote here Proverbs 14:23. And it says in Proverbs 14:23, all hard work brings a profit, but mere talk leads only to poverty. All hard work brings a profit, but mere talk leads only to poverty. Madam Speaker, I think most people in St. Kitts and Nevis believe in the Bible. Proverbs is known as a chapter that has a lot of wisdom, Madam Speaker. And this verse is very short, but it speaks to the essence of what the bill is about. If one wishes to build himself, herself, theirself, themself, itself, their household, their community, their country, the world, it requires work, Madam Speaker. It requires work, Madam Speaker. Mere talk is not going to get us anywhere. And if we are seeking to establish such a country, we must work for it. We cannot expect that a country can grow to be a respected country, to become a sustainable country, without working and being productive. It cannot happen. Hard work does not only mean physical work and you have to exert yourself almost to death and so forth, but it means that in whichever area you're working, Madam Speaker, that you are giving it your all. You are giving it your best. If your job is an environmental worker and you have to keep the streets clean, being productive means you're going to give it your all. You're going to give it your best. If your job is in the area of landscaping, you're going to give it your all. You're going to give it your best, Madam Speaker. That it means if you have to work 4 or 5 hours, you're not going to work an hour and then head home. It means, therefore, that the country is not benefiting from your labor to the extent that it should, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, the country might be robbed, as a matter of fact. And therefore, you want to encourage persons to give of their best, to be productive, so that the country can move on and be successful, Madam Speaker. So whatever area we are working in, even all up to the top, whatever we do, we make sure that whatever we are doing, that we are as productive as possible. As it says in Proverbs 14:23, all hard work brings a profit, but mere talk leads only to poverty. That's the New International Version. Madam Speaker, let me touch on another verse. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 10. Madam Speaker, well, I used to go to Sunday school often. I went to Miss Morton Sunday School, as we used to call it, in Upper Monk Hill. It was Jericho Sunday School, part of the Antioch Baptist Church system, led by Sister Morton, God bless her soul. Every Sunday I had to go. My grandmother used to tell me I had to go. So I remember verses from the Bible. When everything else fails, just remember a Bible verse. There's an answer for almost everything in there, Madam Speaker, even productivity. It's right here. Ecclesiastes 9:10. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. For in the realm of the dead, where you are going, and we are going, there is neither working, nor planning, nor knowledge, nor wisdom, Madam Speaker. That's from the Bible. The Bible is suggesting that whatever your hands find to do, do it with your might, Madam Speaker. These are the words from the Holy Bible, Madam Speaker, not my words. It means, therefore, if you do the contrary, you can't expect to have what we want here in St. Kitts and Nevis, which is an excellent, improved standard of living. And might I say, Madam Speaker, St. Kitts and Nevis in 2023 was recorded as having the highest human development index in the Caribbean. We were above Barbados and Bahamas. For a long time, we could not surpass those two countries. Not that we are in competition, but it says, therefore, that if we were able to achieve those, it means that we would have done some things and a lot of things right. However, to maintain that, the sustainability, that is what we are talking about. We must become a more productive people, Madam Speaker. And I like the presentation from the mover of the bill, because she spoke about the Honorable His Excellency Sam Condor, who has tremendous experience in this area and who has led on this, and we want to thank him for his excellent work thus far. That is why we need the experience with the vibrant and young. The Bible speaks to that too. It says the young are for what, Honorable Jeffrey? You want to look up the verse? I see people from number 9 laughing over there,
Because they're strong?
Yes. Okay, good. He knows his Bible. He knows his Bible. and the elder is for wisdom, guidance. Right? Two must go together, always. And therefore, it speaks to that in the Bible, Madam Speaker. I want to wrap up by giving this last story, but I like how the New International Version put it. We learned it in Sunday school using the King James Version, but I saw the New International Version, and it speaks to it. I'll read the first part, which is not too long, and then I'll expound just a little bit, and then that's it. It says here, Madam Speaker, in Matthew chapter 25, verse 14 to 30, New International Version. Again, it will be like a man going on a journey who called his servants and entrusted his wealth to them. To one, he gave 5 bags of gold. We used to say talents in the King James Version. Right, Pastor?
Yeah.
Yes. To another, 2 bags. And to another, 1 bag, each according to his ability. This is equity, not equality, equity. Based on your ability, you get the bags that you can handle. Then he went on his journey. The man who had received 5 bags of gold went at once and put his money to work and gained 5 more bags. He had 5 bags of gold, and he went to work and he gained 5 more bags. So also the one with 2 bags of gold went to work and gained 2 more bags. But the man who had received 1 bag went off, dug a hole in the ground, and hid his master's money and did nothing. After a long time, the master of those servants returned and settled accounts with them. The man who had received 5 bags of gold brought the other 5. Master, he said, you entrusted me with 5 bags of gold. See, I have gained 5 more. His master replied, well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness. The man with 2 bags of gold also came. Master, he said, you entrusted me with 2 bags of gold. See, I have gained 2 more. His master replied, well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness. Then the man who had received 1 bag of gold, Master, he said, I knew that you are a hard man, harvesting where you have not sown and gathering where you have not scattered seed. So I was afraid and went out and hid your gold in the ground. See, here is what belongs to you. His master replied, these are the words, sometimes some strong words in the Bible. You wicked, lazy servant. So you knew that I harvest where I have not sown, and gather where I have not gathered seed. Well then, you should have put my money on deposit with the bankers, so that when I return, I would have received it back with interest. So I take the bag of gold from him, and give it to the one who has 10 bags. For whoever has will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. And throw the worthless servant outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. This is the Bible. Sometimes it uses very sharp words. But the essence of what it is saying here, Madam Speaker, he who does not produce really should not enjoy the spoils. That is what it is saying here. Multiple times throughout the Bible. By the sweat of your brow you should what? Tell you the pastor know his Bible. So it means, therefore, Madam Speaker, that we must work and be productive in order to create the state that we want to create. And so I want to encourage our people to be productive, to work. Because in that way we'll be able to build the country that we want to build. There's no country that can build without hard work, without being innovative, without making sure that you do what you have to do to add and to grow the common good, Madam Speaker. It must be a principle on which our country is premised. We are people who work hard. I come from Monkey Hill. We used to value hard work. When a man don't work Friday afternoon, he come in the shop, he say, "But me work hard, give me 2 guineas there." I wouldn't advocate the guineas, but at least he's saying he worked hard for the week. Hard work should be a virtue. Being productive should be a virtue. The Bible speaks to it. It's the only way in which we can progress. But I like the added part to it, that when people work hard and they're productive, they should also be given the opportunities as well, as is exposed in the passage that I read. He had 5 bags of gold, he worked hard, and then the master said, "Come, let us enjoy it together." Hard work is critically important for all of us really to advance in St. Kitts and Nevis, and I dare say the world, so that in a great sense, whatever we do will be down to the benefits of all of us here in our beloved country. And so, as I said, Madam Speaker, as I started, I just wanted to read that verse, and then I will come to the end of my presentation. But I just wanted to say and to conclude that as a nation, we have a lot to be proud of. We have done a lot, but to sustain it, to push it, and to continue it, let us heed the words of the Holy Bible, and let us where we work, let us work hard, put in the work, and demonstrate that we are productive. With that, Madam Speaker, I want to say to us as a nation, let us continue to be productive. And as was said by the minister, there will be a study to see if we need 5 days of work or 4 days of work for the same productivity. So this is not about, of course, working people to death. That is not so. It is about what is the best space of time that people should work to be the most productive. Are we working too long a week? Should we give people more time to have exercise during the work week so that they can be healthier and hence more productive? So productivity does not mean working, of course, to death. It just means that applying ourselves and putting in the necessary work that is needed wherever we are found so that we can add to the overall improved production and overall improved gain that our work will result in. With that, Madam Speaker, I want to say safe passage for the bill and thanks the mover for moving such a timely bill. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the seconder of the bill. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise to make a contribution to the bill before this Honourable House, the National Productivity Council Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, let me say from the onset that I think I would be one of the biggest advocates for an improvement or increase in productivity. I was a civil servant for 32 years. And not that I'm blowing my own trumpet, but I think I was a good example of what a good civil servant should be. Even when I became a permanent secretary, I arrived to work first at mornings, and I left last at afternoons. And I am one who has always been very concerned about productivity. I was concerned when I was a civil servant. I'm even more concerned now that I'm a minister of government. And all of us should be concerned about productivity. And I guess that's what this bill is all about. I want to commend the mover for her eloquence in putting the bill forward and showing us why it is important for us to increase and improve productivity, and putting forward the case for the establishment of the Productivity Council. Madam Speaker, however, I have to say that I have some reservations and some questions. I am not very optimistic, even though I want us to have more productivity, because the thing is, Madam Speaker, I don't think productivity is such an issue in the private sector. The productivity issue lies in the public sector, in the government system. It lies in the government system. And I think many of us, Madam Speaker, including us sometimes as politicians, we encourage sloppy work and lack of productivity. And whether or not a productivity council can change that, I am not that optimistic, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think we live in a society now. I think it's rampant in all government systems. I don't only think it's a Nevis, but I believe throughout the region as well. We are government workers. The work ethic of these government workers, Madam Speaker, is lacking and desires quite a lot. But, as I said, I want to know whether or not establishing a productivity council can change that. What we need in our public sector is a paradigm shift. We need a change of mindset of our workers. And I believe all of us know why a lot of our workers work the way they work and they operate the way they operate. Some of them would boldly say, well, is my government in power, so you can't tell me anything. And then sometimes the politicians would encourage them and say, well, nobody can do you anything. Because sometimes when you try to discipline them, they say, well, I'm going to my representative. I voted for somebody, and that person who I voted for will have to make a decision. And a lot of the times, the system, the government system, is hamstrung because they can't do anything. We know normally when you go to the Public Service Commission, it takes forever sometimes if you have to discipline anybody. Senior civil servants afraid to write up people. Senior civil servants who are marking people, they give everybody an excellent grade. When in truth and in fact people ain't doing the work. Madam Speaker, I am wondering whether a productivity council will change that mindset. Will it really change that mindset of government workers? Because I said I don't believe there's such a big deal with the private sector. Because I know in Nevis, I can speak for Nevis, I know in Nevis there are civil servants who provide sloppy work on the government job. And when they go to their second job in the private sector, excellent work. And so it is obvious that people can provide proper work. They can have good work ethics. But because they realize, well, listen, I'm working for government, and I cannot be terminated that easily, I can't be written up that easily, people just decide, well, I'm going to do what I feel. People who work for government just decide, well, listen, I'm going to do what I want. I turn up when I want. I turn up at 9 when I'm supposed to go to work for 8. I take 2-hour lunch break. I leave at 3 when I'm supposed to leave at 4. I spend an hour and a half or 2 hours on Facebook. And so in essence, you're not giving the government anything, any work. There's some persons who go to work for government and they are productive for less than an hour of the day. And that is a fact. No, Madam Speaker, I am not so optimistic that a productivity council going to change that. If it will change it, I am giving it 100% mark rate. But if we are establishing a productivity council, just to say we are establishing a productivity council and it will not bring any change, I am a little pessimistic there. Madam Speaker, I believe a lot of the work that is being envisaged by the Productivity Council can be carried out by the Human Resources Department. Are we saying that by establishing the Productivity Council, that the Human Resources Department and the other departments in the government service are failing the government system? Are we saying that, Madam President? Of course, as I said, when we look at the purpose, the excellent intentions of this bill, I must admit that. Excellent intentions. And according to the mover of the bill, to paraphrase, it is absolutely crucial for us to have better and increased and improved productivity to move our country forward. And of course, we speak a lot about the sustainable island state. And if we want a sustainable island state, we must have productive people, and we must improve and increase our productivity, Madam Speaker. And so I'm all for that. I'm all for the purpose and the objective to promote a culture of productivity, efficiency, and innovation in the public and private sectors, to foster a collaborative environment. But, Madam Speaker, when I get down to the functions of the Council, and I will look at them one by one, to provide a platform for collaboration and engagement among government employers, employees, and other stakeholders in fostering productivity improvement initiatives. Madam Speaker, I believe that can be or should be a function of the Human Resources Department. So are we duplicating work? Are we taking work away from what the Human Resources Department should be doing and placing it in the hands of the Productivity Council? Are we setting up another Human Resources Department and giving it another name? Those are just some of the concerns I have, Madam Speaker. When we look at B, identify and analyze factors affecting productivity and recommend strategies to address them. And let us not be naive, Madam Speaker. All of us know, most of us should know the reasons why people in the public service are not productive. And as I said, sometimes, unfortunately, we condone it. And so we now need to have that conversation with our senior managers, with our permanent secretaries, with our directors, with ourselves, to have that conversation with probably our junior staff, because sometimes our senior staff are unproductive too. Many of the times, some of our senior staff, they don't want to discipline the junior staff because they themselves are not productive. And so, as I said, we need this mindset change and this paradigm shift, and we need to have some serious conversations. And I am not sure the establishment of a productivity council will change that. I am hoping that it will, but I'm not confident, and I'm not so optimistic that it will, Madam Speaker. It says here, develop and implement training programs to enhance the skills and capabilities of the workforce. This here, Madam Speaker, is one of the objectives or one of the purposes or one of the programs that normally the Human Resources Department normally undertake. Because normally, when you have new people coming into the system in particular, the Human Resources Department should organize training programs to inculcate in them what are required of them in the civil service. And apart from the Human Resources Department doing that, sometimes you have the various ministries or departments that can undertake those training programs themselves with the assistance of the Human Resources Department. And so I don't see why we need a productivity council to develop and implement training programs. Are we saying that there are no training programs that are there? Are we saying that the training programs that are there are not effective? Are we saying that the training programs that are there are lacking? Well, if they are lacking, then what we need to do is to bolster the work of the HR department. Because in essence, what we are saying here is HR is not doing what it's supposed to do. Because if HR is doing what it's supposed to do, then there is no need for the Productivity Council. Madam Speaker, it says here, to facilitate the adoption of best practices in organizational management, technology, and workplace design to optimize productivity. And as I said, all of these functions here can be carried out within the various ministries and departments themselves, and also by the HR department. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, I believe we can achieve more if sometimes maybe a department or a ministry, you have a retreat, maybe once a year. Come, you sit down, you get away from the work environment for a bit, and you get maybe a motivational speaker to come, identify what the issues are, identify why people are not being productive, why the work ethic is so bad. And these are things that can be done. These are initiatives that can be carried out by department themselves and by the HR department leading. It says here under the functions of the council, conduct research and gather data on productivity trends, challenges and opportunities. Madam Speaker, respectfully again, I believe this could be a function of the HR department. Madam Speaker, in F it says advise the government on policies and measures to enhance national productivity. In G it says establish benchmarks and indicators to measure and track productivity performance. Madam Speaker, I believe that in all government systems, there is a mechanism for there to be a grading system. I think that they still have this annual report. And the annual report provides such a benchmark, or it should provide an indicator as to how productive you are. Because if I am a supervisor, or I'm a director, and I am grading someone, they have all the particular areas outlined there in the annual report for you to provide that grade and for you to provide feedback to the person you are grading as well. And from that grade and from that feedback, it should suggest ways and means by which the employee can improve. A lot of the times, Madam Speaker, persons or employees are graded. They ain't see the staff report. They ain't know what kind of grade they get. Sometimes, I believe sometimes everybody's supposed to sign their report. But I am not sure whether or not in conducting that grading system, whether or not sometimes the supervisors, the directors, or the permanent secretaries call the workers in and say, well, listen, this is where I think you have fallen down during the year. Here is where I think you can do better. I am wondering now, Madam Speaker, will the Productivity Council do that? What magic will the Productivity Council have or bring that will cause the civil service or the civil servants, our public servants, to increase and improve their productivity? I did not see anything in the bill, Madam Speaker, to suggest anything about when people are not being productive. Maybe some regulations may come, but if people are not being productive, what are the penalties? Because I believe that is the root of the problem, Madam Speaker. Why our civil servants, I would say, intentionally continue to be bad workers. Because they realize there are no penalties. There are no penalties. And sometimes when you want to discipline somebody, it takes maybe 2 years before anything could happen. I am wondering, how will the Productivity Council change this? I am curious. And so, as I said, I am a big advocate for productivity. People need to be more productive. I am using this rostrum on this 26th day of March 2024 to call on our civil servants in St. Kitts and Nevis to start being more productive. Those of you who have a second job in the public sector, in the private sector, the effort you put out there, we want you to put out in the private sector, in the public sector as well. People can do better, Madam Speaker. But I don't think we, as politicians, as senior people, directors, permanent secretary. We don't push enough. We relax. And we allow people to get away with murder. And so I will continue to ask, when the Productivity Council is established, will the mindset of our permanent secretaries change? Will the mindset of our directors change? Will the mindset of our senior civil servants change to bring everyone up to speed in terms of what they should be doing? Will the mindset of our politicians change to tell your supporters you have to work? Never mind you voted for me, you're supposed to go into work. Will the Productivity Council change the mindset of our workers when they're supposed to go in for 8? Go in for 8. When you're supposed to take a lunch break for 1 hour, take a lunch break for 1 hour. And those are my concerns, Madam Speaker. I am all for increasing and improving productivity. If the council can change that, I'm for it 100%. But if it can't, then you might as well just stick with the Human Resource Department and bolster the Human Resource Department. And so those are my little concerns, Madam Speaker. I am all for increasing productivity, and I'm going to say once again, please, civil servants, we need to work better. We need to improve on our work ethics. We need to come to work on time. We need to stay on the job, and we need to be productive when we are on the job. And Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to wish the bill safe passage, and I'm hoping that the council can bring a change to the productivity of our civil service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for Nevis 9. Is there another presenter?
No, don't. I'll give it around. No, here.
I recognize the honourable member for Nevis 9.
Madam Speaker, I'm a little under the weather, so forgive me, but I think I had to rise to lend a few words of support to this bill. It's a short bill, the National Productivity Council bill. I hear the honourable member for number 10, and I've heard those as well who spoke before me, and I believe there is considerable wisdom in what is being said and considerable wisdom in what is being attempted today in the National Parliament. I too would like to commend my friend Sam Conda, the Honourable Sam Conda, for his work. And I note as an aside that he decided to increase the minimum wage before he talked about productivity. That came after. That's probably in true trade union fashion. Give more money and then talk about productivity after the fact. I would have liked this to have come before the increase in wages. But be it as it may, it clearly demonstrates that the government is seeking to pay a bit more, but also to demand a bit more. I made some comments in this House, and I've done the same thing for 2 years running about the double salary. And I took a lot of flack. I'm happy to hear the comments from the member for number 10, because I believe he certainly will be the headline later, not me. It's high time somebody else gets some word in here. But I made the point about the double salary, and that whilst it is well-intentioned in the sense that it is intended to motivate people, that it could perhaps have some unintended consequences of demotivating hard-working public servants. Because if I come to work on time, I take the minimum time for lunch, I am the last to leave the office, I am putting in a full day's work, and little Johnny is not coming to work on time, always out sick, and when come the end of the year, both of us get the same double salary, I start to think to myself, well, there is no value in me putting in the extra effort. And that's the point I was trying to make. I was vilified for it, and that's okay. because I think right-thinking members of this community understand that we cannot continue to reward mediocrity. We must seek and collectively say that our people need to be more productive. The member for number 10 makes a valid point, in that he refers to the dichotomy that appears to exist between the private sector and the public sector. You know what happens in the public sector now? Let me talk about Nevis. When people support the party in government, some decide, I want to make my government look good. So I'm going to come, I'm going to work, I'm going to implement, because I'm proud of my government. You have another set who say, it's my time now. So me ain't got to go to work, me ain't got to do nothing, because nobody could touch me. And so when those are in charge, who are the directors and the supervisors and the permanent secretaries, try to take some action, those same workers make a call to the minister. And they remind you that me and all my picnic vote for you. 12 of us in the house. And if you like some of us who only win by 10, you start to say, boy, 12 of them, you know. You see where the problem starts? You see where the problem starts? So I take a different take on the Productivity Council. That while I hear my honorable friend on my side about the HR, and I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. I believe, yes, there's more that can be done through HR, but the Productivity Council, let us remember, is supposed to impact public and private sector. So yes, we need to bolster the HR activity in the public sector, but also the Productivity Council may act as a catalyst for a national discussion and a national resurgence of hard work and commitment to that ideal. Nobody, unless they win the lottery, has ever succeeded without hard work. Nobody. When I studied years ago trying to become a lawyer, we used to call it beating. That's what they say. And you beat from morning to night to try and pass your exams. It was hard work. Hard work. And we must understand that there's a direct correlation between work and success. The problem that we have in our country, and the danger that I see, is that we have some people, and perhaps it's a generational thing, but we have some people who want success without the work. Some people who want money, but not work. Some people who, when they come and they say they're asking you for a job, it's not really a job to work, it's a job to get a pay. Because really what they're after is for somebody to support and maintain their lifestyle without them having to go out. There is a divide between the private sector and public sector, and I agree. And I align myself with the member for number 10 to this extent, because I don't want to get the blows he's going to get later. That we see, and let me speak again for Nevis, some people in the public service in Nevis who work in whatever department, but in the evenings especially, they work at the hotels, at the restaurants around the island. There's plenty of jobs in Nevis. Good governance over there. So there's a lot of work. And I had a personal experience, if I've shared it in the house before, forgive me, but I'll share it again. That some years ago, I went into a particular government department. And the young lady that I encountered was on her mobile phone. And I cleared my throat. She looked up from her mobile phone, and I said, I'm looking for so-and-so. I work in that department. She said, them not here. And she put her head back into her mobile phone. That was my experience with that worker. It was a young lady. I happened to go to the Four Seasons Resort that evening. I had a meeting there. And as I walked into the resort, a young lady greeted me, good evening, sir. How may I be of assistance, sir? And I look up, I said, my good God, is the same young woman, you know? This same young lady who earlier in the day could not look up from her mobile phone long enough to greet me in a government office, saw me at the Four Seasons. Good evening, sir. And how can I assist you, sir? And I said I would have whatever. And she said the most famous word at Four Seasons, certainly. She all never got the Four Seasons, you know. Anything you ask for, certainly. And she said, certainly. And I marveled because I said, here is the same individual, capable in the context of the private sector at this hotel to give you first-class hospitality and service, but apparently incapable of doing so on the government job. I have another experience. This one involving a young man, works for government, has a part-time job, and the young man is saying that he wants to leave the government job early each day to make sure that he reaches a part-time job on time. And when he spoke to me, he thought that his supervisors were being unreasonable because he's hustling to make a money. And they tell him he got to work till 4 when his part-time starts at 4. And that the government must understand he must leave at 3:15 to make sure. Why? Because he can't be late at his part-time job. So he must leave his government job early. We have a dichotomy. And I believe the answer lies in great measure in the politics of the day. Because I mentioned those who support us, who are in the public service. What about them who don't support us? Sometimes they're even worse. Because they say, this is not my government, I don't know work at all. If I am bad, fire me. And those who know the system know, as the honorable member for number 10 pointed out, that it is very difficult to get people out of the system. Extremely difficult. And with all the lawyers now in town, when you try to do something, people go to the lawyers and you have something, what they call it, judicial review. And you get yourself into some difficulties. And so this system, in a very real way, is geared to promote a lack of productivity. And I fear that we have not responded well to it. Because when you make comments that are critical, the attacks come that you're against people. You don't want people to get this and you don't want people to benefit. Because, let's face it, it is perhaps human nature to want the benefit without the burden. I listened to the mover of the bill, the honorable member for number 2, and she said something which jolted me because she said that the government is looking to a 4-day week. And I did a quick check, and I'm told currently there are only 5 countries in the world with a 4-day week: Belgium, United Arab Emirates, Iceland, Lithuania, and France. There's no country in the Caribbean currently that has a 4-day week. Now, that probably will be a debate for another time. But when I juxtapose the presentation of the member for number 2 to the sermon delivered by the member for number 8, who took us from Proverbs to Ecclesiastes to Matthew. Proverbs, then Ecclesiastes, then the book of Matthew. And the member for number 8 spoke, as the Bible does, to hard work. That's true. Say, by the sweat of your brow you shall eat bread. And people must work hard. And what he said, Proverbs say? Proverbs say, all hard work brings profit. Y'all notice the word hard? Yes. Yeah. Hard work. The Bible put in hard. And he stressed on hard. 5 days they mean you're working hard. Work not supposed to be easy, work supposed to be hard. Yes. Hard work, that's what the Bible says. I agree with the member for number 8. I agree with the member for number 8. No, focus on the hard work. The member for number 8 say he went to Sunday school often. All of us. My pastor was Theophilus Kelly. Theophilus. And all of us went to Sunday school and all of us learned these scriptures. That hard work, the Bible talks about it. I think we need to be careful of our messaging to our people. Because if we have an issue with productivity, as I think we do, we need to establish, perhaps starting with the Productivity Council, mechanisms to address it in a very direct way. We also need to be careful that we're not sending mixed messages to our populace. We can't be on the one hand telling them you need to be more productive, which I equate with hard work, and on the other hand tell them, well, you know what, you must only work 4 days a week. We are going to try to somehow have you work less. No society, in my experience and my research, has advanced to a developed society status without the people having a work ethic that is critical. And productivity has to be now our watchword in St. Kitts and Nevis. When I said it, it attracted some attacks, but that's okay. I'm at an age now where that doesn't faze me. So, we can't continue to give people double salary, give people salary increase, give people all kinds of benefits, without also saying to our people that you must be productive. And one way, in my view, is to link the two. To say, well, if you achieve certain standards, then you get benefit. In the private sector, that's not unusual. If you meet the sales quota, then you get a bonus. If you do so and so, then you get the reward. But if you have a system where whether you do or you don't do, whether you come to work or you don't come to work, it doesn't matter because everybody gets the same reward, then that is not a system that encourages productivity. So I would really like to see that the public sector learns a few lessons from the private sector. And that just as the private sector has standards, has targets, that we do similarly in the public sector. Now you'll hear the detractors out there, and I hear them already. I don't even have to look. Well, what about the politicians? How productive are they? And that is a legitimate question to ask as well. I don't believe anybody should be left out of the analysis. We recently had, for example, some salary increases that were done by way of resolution in this House. And again, I think that it would have been important, just like when we did the minimum wage increases, to talk as well about productivity. To me, Madam Speaker, this issue of productivity has now to be a sentiment that runs throughout the national discourse. I believe the government has done an excellent job in introducing this idea and sustaining this idea of a sustainable island state. But even in the context of a sustainable island state, you cannot achieve it without productivity. Cannot happen. So we have to streamline, mainline, whatever the language may be, this talk and this discussion about productivity. Our people have to hear it, feel it, understand that this is now one of the watchwords for St. Kitts and Nevis. And when you come into the service, when you come into a job that you're in, required to produce, if you wish to benefit, if you wish to be promoted. You know, in the system now, some people say they want to be promoted. You know why? Because I've been here long. And I've had at least one situation where a young woman was doing a master's degree and she got the results on the Thursday. You know, they send you, I think, an email or something to say you've satisfied the examiners. Friday morning, she reached in and asked about increment. because she get her email Thursday afternoon say that she satisfied the examiners. So Friday, she reached my office and say, money. We have to, in a very real way, sing from the same hymnal, the same pew, in the same church, on national issues such as these. I keep coming in this house, and saying that there's some issues, Madam Speaker, which are larger than the politics and larger than the individuals in this house. This issue of productivity is one such issue. I'm going to end soon, because I promised I wouldn't stay too long. But before I end, I want to comment on something. I don't mean to create controversy, but I want to say so in the National Assembly. You see these various initiatives that we have signed on to, the OECS freedom of movement being one example, the recent discussions about a wider CARICOM freedom of movement. You know what I'm seeing unfolding right now in Nevis? I go back to Nevis. Is that those who are coming from outside St. Kitts and Nevis are the ones in the main who are hustling 2 and 3 jobs on the island. I spoke to a young lady recently, and she said to me she did breakfast at one establishment as a waitress or server. She got off at 1 p.m. from that establishment. She changed her clothing into a new uniform, different uniform, for different establishment. She said she changed in the parking lot. And she went to that second establishment to serve lunch. She said she got off from there around 5, and she reported to a third establishment at 6 in the evening to do dinner. And I said to her, wow. And she said, but look at the house I was able to buy. Look at the car that I now drive. And I'm now the proud owner of my own business. She said she spoke to a local lady who worked with her on the same job doing that breakfast shift. And she said, she asked the young lady, well, girl, when you get off at 1 o'clock in the day, what are you to do with yourself? The girl said, me go and go sleep and watch Netflix. And she said that she said to the local, this one I'm talking to, who did the 3 jobs, isn't from Nevis. She said to her, well, how are you going to achieve certain things? There's a phenomenon that was reported to me by a dear friend and constituent. And she told me that in the 1970s, I think she said, that she and her husband and others moved into the U.S. Virgin Islands. And she said when they got there, they were referred to as Down Island people. And she said the Down Island people were the ones who were prepared to work. So whatever job we got, we did. You know why? We come to hustle. We come to make something of ourselves. We come to better ourselves. He said, those who are from there, tell you, me born ya. Me not do certain kind of work. Me not do this. Me born ya. And they felt that it was the government's responsibility to sustain them. The result, she said to me, is that after 40 or so years, it is the Down Island people who now own the properties, own the businesses, and are commanding the heights in some of these territories. I am saying it here because I'm sounding a warning that as our region opens up and as people can move more freely across the region, that you're no longer competing with your fella from up in Monkey Hill, or the fella from Inkeys, or the one from Hanley's Road. You're now competing with the fella from Rosso in Dominica, the one from Castries in St. Lucia, and the one from Mesopotamia in St. Vincent. We must now understand that when we're talking about productivity It is not just productivity in the limited context and space of St. Kitts and Nevis. When I have building contractors now in Nevis saying to me that there is work, abundant work in Nevis in terms of construction, but they prefer to hire people who have come in from Jamaica and the Dominican Republic because they work harder. That when they have overtime, because they have to do a pour on Saturday, those are the people who are going to show up. Because the local worker is saying his Saturday is for him to lime, to have a couple of drinks, and to relax himself. How and where are we going to end up? This house may not know, but I was at one point a building contractor myself. Yeah. Huh?
What did you build?
Houses, walls, houses. From the ground up. You have seen a place in Nevis called Caribbean Cove? That was built by me. It was built. So at one point, but when we were building Caribbean, these are real stories, you know. I don't come here with no Nancy story, you know. The reason why the Honorable Senator over here don't know, she's too young to know. This was a time, yeah, it's a long time ago. So, you know, you're from Gingerland, you never used to come tongue. But I want to share this last experience. When we constructed that project, the owner of the project said to us that if we were able to complete the project by a certain time, that he would pay a bonus. And so on that project, we worked 7 days a week. 7 days a week. After about 2 months of working 7 days a week, I approached one fellow from Guyana who worked with me. And I said to him that I'm concerned about burnout. I said, you know, you've been working 7 days a week for the past 2 months or so, and I'm deeply concerned. He said, Mr. Brantley, I have one concern. And I said, what is that concern? He said, my only concern is that the week doesn't have 8 days. He said, I don't come here to make joke. I come here to work. I come here to make money. I come here to earn. That's why I'm in Nevis. That's why I take up myself, come from wherever I come from. That is why I'm here. And I juxtapose that, Madam Speaker, to the reality that I faced. And that is now 2 decades ago. That the local construction workers on the job, come Friday, they want their money. They don't want no check, they want cash. Because they got to go in town. And then when you see in town, you see about 300 Guinness bottles. Because everybody buying around and you got to drink up because that's the ritual. When others are hard at work, working extra time, time and a half, working Sunday at double time, and therefore going home with a wage packet at the end of the week, which is significantly larger than what we are earning. Now, some of you may ask, well, what all of this has to do with the bill? But it goes back to the fundamental point I'm raising about productivity. It has to become a watchword. So I depart slightly from the member for number 10, in that I believe that this is a good step, a good first step. But I agree with him that we now need to do much more. And one of the fundamental things I think we need to look at is in the overarching context of public service reform, to look to see how do you deal with situations where people are being unproductive? What are the measures that are available to the government as the employer of those individuals who are being unproductive? Because right now in this society, we have the Protection of Employment Act that deals with the private sector. And it says, if I recall my law from long ago, in terms that it does not apply to the public sector. So whereas in the private sector you could give a man 2 warnings, you could have him on probation, it spells out what is misconduct, what is serious misconduct. In the public sector, and all of us know it to be true, you have people who take up things they're not supposed to take. And some of them home for years, still getting paid. It's true. They go home and they spend years at home, getting half salary, whatever it may be. Some of them take up full-time employment elsewhere, still getting government salary every month, because of the inefficiencies that exist in the system. So if we're going to talk about productivity, let us start here. With the Productivity Council, I support the bill 100%. But we can't expect that this alone will do the job. We also have to now talk about how do we reform the system? How do we allow the government as an employer to take proactive steps to deal with certain situations? And how do we ensure that the language, the ethos of productivity informs our national debate as we talk about the sustainable island state? So that is my perhaps overly long contribution, but nevertheless, I wanted to rise because I believe I can see what the government is trying to do. And I want people to understand that the increase in wages, both the minimum wage increase and the increase in wages for parliamentarians and the speaker, everybody got something, that is also connected to productivity. And that when we talk from the level of the Prime Minister and all the way down the line, that the language of productivity has to be part of the lexicon of St. Kitts and Nevis and has to now become part of our national debate. Because if we don't achieve that, Madam Speaker, I fear that we are going to fall behind in our region and fall behind the rest of the world. We cannot construct a sustainable island state without having better productivity among our workers across the board, but especially within the public sector. Thank you, Madam President. Madam Speaker, forgive me.
Thank you to the honourable member for Nevis 9. Is there another presenter? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 7.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to make a contribution to the debate on the bill shortly entitled the National Productivity Council Bill 2024. The topic, of course, is an old one. And recall, maybe 20 plus years back, there was an effort to address this matter to the development of a competitive council. I think it was started way back then. And equally, way back then, we also had engagements with Pilgrim, forgot his first name, now out of Barbados. He was, in fact, the first CEO or chairperson of the National Productivity Council. And I looked at the St. Kitts version and I see the imprint of the Barbados Act, Act number chapter 350A, called the National Productivity Council Act. I looked at it and almost a clear replica of the clauses comes in this bill. the establishment of the National Productivity Council, the purpose, the functions, etc., the number of persons, same in both acts, expressed differently. In our case, a 3 plus 8. In the case of Barbados, a 9-member commission. So the 3-person plus the other 8 equals 9. Issues of staffing. And whereas clause 17 of our bill proposed reporting in the context of the Barbados piece of legislation, they use the descriptor of the annual report. Madam Speaker, this topic then has been around in serious way a very long time. Going back, as I said, in the context of St. Kitts, we have had the Chamber of Industry and Commerce did a study somewhere in the early part of the 2000 plus. And those work, or those pieces of work, are still there, and perhaps it would be helpful to refresh ourselves on them. And equally in the context of the evolution that has taken place in terms of people's expectation regarding work, regarding life, how relevant are some of the things we are attempting to legislate to the improvement and well-being of our people. I heard the mover said the bill was fundamentally, and I'm paraphrasing, about the fundamental well-being of our people at heart. Maybe I didn't hear much talk in her presentation regarding the kinds of consultations which would have taken place at the grassroots level to, as it were, ensure that the bill falls in line with the expectations now of our people. So we have heard and have had different views, really, in relation to the relevance, the necessity of the bill, issues of duplication, etc., and how we will be able to move forward to ensure that productivity is infused in the national landscape. Truth be told, there are some issues which we really have to confront. When we look at the construct of productivity, we are looking at input and output relationships. How much do we put in? How much are we getting out? The instrumentality objective of results at the end of the game, expressing itself in words like efficiency and effectiveness and economy, are relevant in the discussion. And the concept seemed to have settled and presented itself in a way that it's about work. It's about how effective and efficient people are in the workplace, whether it is in the public service, broad as it is, embracing not just what we consider our civil service, but at the broadest level, our public service, and also the private sector, and the different motivations, the different incentives that drives people behavior. Concept is broader than that too, because we must ask ourselves when we examine where we are at as a country and a people, with a large number of people still yet in their productive life, what opportunities are there for them to find work? Too many people out there in all parts of our country, all parts, rural parts, suburban parts, cannot find a job so that they can demonstrate their own productivity. Too many people who have jobs are being victimized on their jobs, and they are being harassed. And some of those persons are known to be some of the most productive people in our country. Too many persons are getting a runaround, Madam Speaker, when it comes to accessing services from the government. Too many persons, for example, have not got an answer as to why they have been taken off the PAP. Too many persons, Madam Speaker, and we are talking about the efficiency of the service. We are talking about the effectiveness. We are talking about the values that drive and undergird the system of productivity, taking it through its breadth of meaning and ramifications. Yes, Madam Speaker, truth be told, too many persons cannot find a decent living. Life is too hard, and it has not so much now to do with their productivity because they are not being given the chance to demonstrate that. It goes with the corollary of the opportunity. Are they being given a fair opportunity to perform, a fair opportunity to find work, or are they being, as it were, being given too much of a runaround and denied real opportunity? And as we look and we hear the comparisons where the private sector is more competitive or public sector, and we understand theoretically there's nothing that the public sector with the same people, same citizens, etc., can't do if the environment is the same. And yes, there are distinct differences between public and private sector, which generate clearly differences in the behavior. And some of these differences, we have heard some of the speakers members commented upon. And so we have to address these as we attempt to move forward. Productivity largely is about how do we get not just more results, but better results for people, for their companies or respective entities, and for their country. And I want, by way of some examples, to demonstrate how the idea, the notion, the construct of productivity needs a relook and a revisiting if we are going to do more than just talk the talk, but begin to walk the walk. How do we explain, for example, that close to our early childhood center for nigh over 18 months, we have had a clog drain? And everyday minors, young people have to cross over that clog drain to get to the early childhood. And no matter the complaints, the early childhood persons, they've reported it to their superiors. The people at the post office would have reported to their superiors. I myself would have joined the problem to the ministry and would have spoken several times with the director and with the PS, etc., in the Ministry of Public Works. No response. And you have now the obnoxious scent affecting not just the people who live at Timberlane, but affecting every student. Tabernacle Daycare Center. No response. How do we explain our commitment then to the idea of productivity, the idea of responsiveness, the idea of results, all embodied in the notion of a productive people? How do we move beyond the talk? Where is the leadership then and the productivity? Where is it coming from? Where is it? How will we get more productivity from our school systems when at the leadership level the responses are not there? Just yesterday, some teachers came to me, problems at the Keon High School. I said, well, I saw a release that we have had suspended learning in classroom, etc., and they are dealing with it. And they asked, you know what they are dealing with? They came, they knocked down some building, they removed them quickly. But our friends, our colleagues, they now have ailments linked to molds.
Madam Speaker,
Madam
I rise on a
Speaker.
point of order.
Hold on.
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker, because as the Minister with responsibility for education, I cannot allow the member for number 7 to mislead the House. When he made reference to the Keon High School, the issues at the Keon High School just did not happen. It is something that when he was the Prime Minister, he should have been able to solve, but he neglected the Keon High School. And immediately, Madam Speaker, when the matter was raised, the Ministry of Education went in.
Interrupted me, Madam Speaker, in fairness.
I'm going on a point of order. I will allow you to respond. That is the course of things. If someone rises on a point of order, I have to listen to them, and then the person responds, and then I give my ruling.
And we are working with the leadership at the Keon High School, Madam Speaker, to resolve the situation that is there right now. So the honorable member for number 7 can't just say in the House that we just went and knocked down things. I'll wait for any more.
Honorable member for number 7, are you responding or are you going to continue with your speech? I
I
need to
will
know.
continue my speech.
Let me finish. I need to know so that I can commence the time.
All
Are
right.
you responding?
Well, in part, I will respond. Because the member really, and that is why if the member had allowed me to finish the point, I was reporting to this House what was said to me. I wasn't saying that that was my view. I said what I told the person, and I said what the person said to me, Madam Speaker. That is why, perhaps because he will have an opportunity to speak, if he had allowed me to finish the point, because the point really is bigger than that. And according to the reports given to me, it is now that teachers and students are coming down with ailments linked to the mold infestation at the school. We want to have productivity. We can't suspend our schools for a prolonged period of time, Madam Speaker. Productivity will require more and better leadership and management and responses and consultative framework to ensure that what is required can be done. We want to talk about productivity because it is easy to do the smokes and the mirrors. The reality of how it is done is what has bedeviled us, which is why we are having the conversation now, and perhaps we will always have it, because there will be some relevance, but the substance has not changed much. Madam Speaker, we are looking at practical things. Productivity must make sense to everyone for them to buy in it. They have to see it demonstrated. I look at productivity in the health center, concerned about Mary Charles Hospital, concerned about how productivity is demonstrated there. You have to be careful what day you take sick and go to Mary Charles, because on some days of the week, there is no doctor at Mary Charles Hospital. None. None. There is one doctor assigned, and he tries his best to do a good job. But he also has other work to do other than on the hospital. So when you go on the wrong day, as the nurses and some of the others will tell you, you may have had a wasted journey. I'm questioning the commitment. I'm going beyond the smoke and the mirror to the reality of giving it substance and meaning to the important notion of productivity. I'm going to the objective, the instrumental objective of results. Because in the end, that is what productivity must bring. And so, and people, especially those in leadership, have to listen and appreciate that they do not have all the talents. In fact, they are very lacking in some respects. Madam Speaker, they do not have all the talent, all the wisdom, and they are very lacking in several respects. There is a large gap between where the people are and their priorities and what those charged with the responsibility now for perceive. Yes, Madam Speaker, this bill will not be the panacea to the failed task of the government to keep our people safe, to create job opportunities for our people, and to provide full information with a premium on truth rather than deception. The bill reinforces and reignites the debate about productivity, an important one, where we are, how we will get there. And these, of course, are important issues. But we must be skeptical, because it is not the first time we are hearing that old refrain. And so we have to go deeper, dig deeper, to find out why we may have missed the boat, why we may not have moved as quickly and as solidly as we could have, Madam Speaker, in relation to this matter and other matters, because the lessons we will learn from consultation on this, because we hear even in the Parliament, there are different views. Not that the concept, the idea is repulsive. It is how now we are attempting to operationalize it. It is what it will be required to make it a successful one that the debate is now about. And one may ask himself, herself, this question of productivity, if it is about all of us, not just the workers, not just the permanent secretaries, the directors, and so on, all of us being more productive, we ask ourselves, why haven't been? And where is the leadership that will set the example in terms of the productivity? That is the important question, Madam Speaker, which we have to address, and how the actions of some undermine this idea, this notion of the productive society which we now want to infuse in national conversation. Important one. We have to look at many things. How the government is constructed, the frequency with which people are off island, doing things that do not rebound to results for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. That is an important matter. That is something agitating the mind of people. Every day, people are concerned. What results are there? What results? Because productivity has with it, must come with results for all of us in this small country of St. Kitts and Nevis. We need better opportunities, better results, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure if we listen, if we show consideration for the ideas that have come, if we show the coverage, we can do a better job in advancing our country and our people. Those are the brief points I want to make, Madam Speaker, in relation to the bill.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I would like to make a brief contribution to the bill before us and perhaps in part to respond to some of the comments made in the presentation, and I won't be very long at all. There is a saying that I think, I'm still young, so I can't say the young people. So there's a saying that I know that persons use where when something happens or when someone says something, you say it's very rich for them to speak in that particular way. We just heard from the member from number 7, who was a prime minister of this country for 7.5 years, who in that time did 0, not even 1 or 2, 0 things to improve the productivity of the working force here in St. Kitts and Nevis. 0. In fact, many would argue that some of the policies which he pursued encourage the unproductivity of the workforce in St. Kitts and Nevis. So people will say it is very rich for him not to one day put down the political rhetoric and actually join in a national conversation to help to improve the productivity of our country. Everything has to be political like that. Every single thing. The nuances, the jabs, everything has to be political. And the member for number 7, I can guarantee you, Madam Speaker, will take up his things, leave this honorable house, and not participate in the debate of the National Assembly on these issues. No, he's talking about productivity.
Member of Parliament always leave.
And I can report to this honorable house that the least productive member of this assembly is the member for number 7. Least productive. If you look at the amount of time the member has spent in this honorable house since we took the oath in October of 2022, by far, he would get the least amount of hours being in this honorable house, doing the people's business. So it is quite rich for the type of statements and perspective that he was trying to bring. Least productive, and it only just dawned on me that he's absolutely do any calculation. Right, member from number 5? And it is the member from number 5 who actually informed the public of the productivity of the member of number 7. Or the lack thereof. So here we are, Madam Speaker, trying to have a wholesome debate on how we can improve our productivity. Because this is so critical for us going forward. I was fortunate to be in a session when the IMF visited a couple weeks ago. And they were discussing about the potential energy transformation that can take place in St. Kitts and Nevis. And one of the things they spoke about in that presentation is about the productivity of our country and how the energy transformation can lead to the improved productivity of the nation. Now, the general or the global accepted way to measure productivity is sort of your gross domestic product, meaning for each citizen that you have, how much does that country produce? And so they gave us a chart of how we have increased in our GDP over the years, and saying that we perhaps are now at a plateau, that maybe tourism, etc., has reached or very close to the maximum they can contribute to our society. And I asked a question, and I'm very glad I asked that question. They used some comparisons of some other areas that had increased their productivity by significant amounts. In fact, they were comparing our growth in productivity to that of the United States. And I asked, is it a fair comparison when the United States, with such a large economy, has so many options and opportunities to increase the productive output of their citizens, their workforce, and what they produce? And I do not remember the country that they used as an example. And he said, no. as small as you are, you have the ability to use the human resource that you have, use the opportunities that you have, for instance, in energy transformation, and increase the productivity of your citizens so that you can improve your gross domestic product. And so although our gross domestic product is where it is now, I don't have the figure, they were basically telling us that that is not the ceiling for us. That if we make substantial changes, and in fact on their slide here, towards a sustainable, energy, self-sufficient and productive island, if we are to organize ourselves properly, for the same input or very similar input that we are putting, for instance, with salaries, with social assistance, with job attachments, with job training opportunities that we are putting in, with the same level of input that we are putting in, we can actually achieve much more productivity. And that will lend to an increased GDP and obviously an increased, an improved economy with all of the benefits associated with that. And so this bill really seeks to set up a council, which is a specialized unit of sorts, to focus squarely on the increase in productivity. And so we take the comments, constructive comments coming from the member from number 10, who rightly questions whether or not this is the appropriate mechanism to achieve the improvement we want to see. And we take that on board. A stark difference between member from number 10 and member from number 7. He is obviously very honestly concerned about how this will work. But I want to say, just to respond to some of the comments made, where he mentioned that perhaps some of these things should reside in the HR department. And I think the member from number 9 mentioned it, that they don't have to be mutually exclusive. In fact, the composition of the council incorporates the human resource department by having as part of the membership of that council the chief personnel officer in the human resource department of the government. In fact, it is the only position in government that is specifically mandated. The others, and I would go through them, are a person appointed by the Governor General, sorry, let me start again. All of them are appointed by the Governor General as follows. 1 member after consultation with the Deputy Governor General. I think the Governor General appoints the chair. Yes. So the chairperson shall be appointed by the Governor General after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. The 8 other members of the council shall be also appointed by the Governor General as follows. 1 member after consultation with the Deputy Governor General, right, in order to ensure that this is a federal approach, because the Deputy Governor General operates from Nevis. 1 member after consultation with the Prime Minister. 1 member after consultation with the Premier, again making sure that Nevis has representation in this National Council, Productivity Council. 1 member after consultation with the Ministry with responsibility for Labour. 1 member after consultation with the St. Kitts Nevis Trades and Labour Union. 1 member after consultation with the St. Kitts and Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce. And 1 member appointed by the Governor General of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. And the Chief Personnel Officer in the Human Resource Department of the government, ensuring that the HR department of what is really the largest employer in St. Kitts and Nevis is part of this Productivity Council. So you can view this almost as an extension of the department, but giving them specialized responsibility to tackle the issue of productivity. And so I want to allay the fears of the member from number 10 that it is not to replace or not to suggest that the HR department is not doing what it's supposed to do. This will actually support the efforts of the HR department. In fact, he will know as a civil servant for many years, 32 years, he said, that HR is inundated with any number of administrative responsibilities in our government service, ranging from anything to do with HR. But what we want is a specialized group of persons whose sole focus is to come up with ways to improve the productivity of the workforce, not only in the civil service, but also in the private sector. They will use matrices, for instance, with factors that will indicate where do we need to put more resources so that we can improve productivity? Where do we need to remove some resources? Who do we need to support? Advise the government, for instance, or give general advice to the private sector of how do you deal with unproductivity? Because I believe that that was one of the concerns. How do you deal with unproductivity? The council is tasked with all of these responsibilities. Advise us. Use your expertise. Go and do the research while we continue to administer the government. And advise us, how do we improve the productivity of our people? Because as small as we are, in fact, when I was looking at the list of GDP or most productive countries, some very small countries came up. Couple lists I have here, I saw countries like Bermuda. I think Luxembourg is a fairly small country in Europe. Let me see if I have some of the lists here. Some of them are fairly small countries, and of course you have some of the leaders. Singapore is one of them, of course. You have some of the leaders in Europe, such as the Norways, the Denmarks, and so on. These are not excessively large countries. Of course, they're in the millions, but there are lessons that we can learn from them. So we are not too small to become extraordinarily productive. But I want to commend the government. I want to commend the minister responsible for labor and all who are involved in this process in realizing, for us to realize, that while we are setting up these structures for persons to get more pay, for us to expand energy, for us to get housing, for us to do all of these things, that the next portion, or an equally important portion of that, is to ensure that for the money that we are investing, we are getting the needed return on that investment through high work. Now, one of the reasons I think that this National Productivity Council is particularly important for a small country like ours is this. I have had experience across the region where I worked in another territory and trained in many territories across the region. And I can distinctly remember when I was training in Suriname for the company that I worked with. We considered that environment in the industry I was as what we call a best practice area. So when we are doing training, we are sent to different areas that have best practices. And one of the things that stuck with me, and I asked, why is it that everybody in that institution was a high performer, every single one of them, from the manager, all of the reports, they're always number one, they're always down to the cleanliness of the yard. Obviously, this was in the oil industry. when I went to look at their gantries where you deliver the fuel and so on, when I went to look at the connections, the ship-to-shore connections, that is how the ship connects to the shore, everything was just pristine. And I asked, why is it that this territory has such high standards compared to, or higher standards than other areas I visited? And you know what they told me? They said from the time one person mess up in here, there's 100 people out there waiting for that job. 100 people out there waiting for that job. So everybody know, Un and Sam, all of them know, that they have to perform in order to ensure that they keep the job. Because obviously it's a good job, it's a good paying job, so on. So to this day, those people still exist. When I do my checks, my wife and I was doing some sorting out over the weekend, and I came upon one of our pictures of our group things and see them. Oh, a lot of them still exist. They're high performers because they know from the moment they mess up, 100 people, they're waiting. That's often not the case in a small country like ours, where if you mess up, whether it's private or public, maybe there's not a lot of people to replace you. There's not a lot of people jostling for the jobs. And so we need instruments or facilities or resources like these to ensure that we have policies and procedures that will guide the process. In some of these countries, it just happens because of the situation of the country. You just have to do or you die. But oftentimes, somebody, feel that they don't need to fight for a job because I got auntie, I could wait by me auntie, got uncle, I got a friend, I could go there, etc. Sometimes it's not do or die. And so it is critical for instruments like these, a National Productivity Council, to help improve or help to guide our workers into the direction that they want to go. And I want to echo the sentiments, of course, of our Prime Minister. Didn't realize that he knew all of those scripture readings, but I should not have been surprised at all. But there's one in particular, I think he read this one. Did he read Proverbs 14:23? Yeah. Did he do that one? He did. Yes. There is profit in hard work. Yeah. Or there's reward in hard work. But mere talk leads to poverty. And that's why they call them proverbs. Right? Because they stand the test of time. As I go around, I see that there are those who are just engaging in talk, and when you look at their productivity or their success, it is limited. And then when you look at those who are working hard and doing what is necessary, you see success. And so this National Council, Productivity Council, is really geared to helping us along the way. How do we use technology to make us more productive? How do we use innovation to make us more productive? Because while someone might not like going to a factory or something and doing maybe some manual, tedious work that is repetitive over and over again, and they're not inspired. Maybe if you automate that process and have them in charge of that automation, it will help to increase their productivity and increase their excitement to be on the job, to use advanced technologies to accomplish their work. So this council is going to be, how can we use innovation How can we use technology? How do we find the efficient ways for the sectors, for the different sectors to operate? And importantly, how do we develop a culture of productivity? I've also found, and I heard the member from Number 9 mention about down islanders going up north, etc. Again, because of my professional experience, I have actually found, and take a look at it, productivity seems to decrease from south to north. Check it out. Productivity seems to increase in the Caribbean archipelago. Productivity seems to increase from north to south. The further north you go, the islands get a bit smaller. I born here, I ain't telling me things and so on, me knowing that. This is my place and so. You go further south, bigger countries, more competition, etc. It's just an observation. But the point is, I want to commend the mover of this bill for bringing this as promised when we pursued the minimum wage increase, because this was one of the poignant points that stood out in the analysis about what will be needed for the increase in wages. Yes, we know that we have to increase wages because standard of living, cost of living continues to increase, inflation continues to happen globally, which we don't have any control over because of our size in particular. But while that happens, we also want to see an improvement in productivity. If we can increase our productivity for the increases that we have had, for wages, etc., then it opens up our economy to even accept even more workers and to get even more benefits from that. And so, again, I want to wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House and say once again that we are welcome and open to partners, members of the opposite side, for instance, to be a part of this discussion and this dialogue, because this will affect all of us. It will help us to have a country and an economy that we all want to and love to live in. And so we must put all hands on deck for this National Productivity Council and lend the support in this START initiative as we seek to improve, continue to improve the standing of our country, even though we are the smallest independent nation in the Western world. With those few words, or those medium words, it may please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the honourable member for number 2, the mover of the bill, to do her wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise at this time to wrap up the debates, Madam Speaker, on the bill shortly entitled National Productivity Council Bill. I want to thank at this point, Madam Speaker, the members of this honourable House who joined in and lend their support in respect of the bill. I think it's clear and that there's consensus that the introduction of a council, the National Productivity Council, not just only benefits us as a government, but it benefits us as a people, as a country, as a federation, and that it will serve, Madam Speaker, to drive economic growth and to help with the overall enhancement and development of our human capital, our people in this country. One of the stakeholders we consulted in the process reached out to me and asked me to remind this honourable House as well that the introduction and establishment of the NPC as well will help with job security. And I think that was echoed by most of the presenters and persons who spoke on the bill, that if you are in fact productive, there's a higher level of reward in terms of job security, bonuses, and all the other things that we touched on so eloquently today. And so, Madam Speaker, I wrap up the debates and wish this bill safe passage through this honourable House.
Thank you to the mover of the bill. The question is that the bill shortly entitled National Productivity Council Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of the National Productivity Council and for related matters, otherwise known as the National Productivity Council Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled National Productivity Council Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. We wanted to make a change?
Madam Chair, I think we called you during the committee stage, yes. We would want to delete section 15. Is it section 15? Item 15. I have a different name here. It says staff.
Secondment?
Secondment of public officers. Is that the one?
No. That's not what he meant.
Oh, right. Okay. So we want to delete that, delete on the arrangement of sections. Okay, right. Number 15, and renumber accordingly. So number 15 will now be secondment of public officers and so on. Yes. Delete number 15 and renumber from 16 to 18 to now 15 to 17.
So it's just the arrangement of sections.
Yeah, that's it.
The question is that the arrangement of sections as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 through 17.
The question is that clauses 1 through 17 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? 17. Something didn't drop.
It was not in clauses, but it was in the
Arrangement of section. So I'll repeat the question. The question is that clauses 1 through 17 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title and the recitals.
The question is that the title and recitals stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Before the House resumes, I wish to rise for 15 minutes. I need a comfort break. House has resumed. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher II.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled National Productivity Council Bill has passed through committee stage with amendments. I now move that the bill shortly entitled National Productivity Council be read a third time and passed.
I rise to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled National Productivity Council Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of the National Productivity Council and for related matters. otherwise known as the National Productivity Council Bill 2024.
The bill, shortly entitled National Productivity Council Bill 2024, has been read a third time and passed into law.
Motions, resolutions, adjournment.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on the matter of adjournment to, in my own way, take a moment to give some credit to someone I have a great deal of respect for, someone that I refer to affectionately as the icon. Madam Speaker, I reflect as I'm speaking here to about maybe 2 decades ago, while I was still very active in the entertainment scene. And I remember writing a piece then talking about the importance of entertainment and that it is not just a frivolous component. And back then, I had in one of the pieces that I did that while I had the potential then to be whatever it is that I desired, including a politician, that I was not interested in doing so. But in that conversation piece, Madam Speaker, I did say that I could be and I could knock shoulders at that point, I was saying, with Sam and Dougie. And that was the reference. This is 2 decades ago I wrote that. Never imagining, Madam Speaker, that I would actually have the chance to. And I could tell you, Madam Speaker, it has been very inspiring being able to receive counsel from such a wise man. I would tell you that for years I've had the opportunity to sit with him. And let me say this, at the time when I wrote that, I had never spoken to him in life. I had never had a conversation at that time with him. And now, at this point, I've had his counsel over the years, his guidance, to really be able to delve into the mind of such a great person has been a true source of inspiration for me. And as I said that, I reflect on our first conversation that we've ever had. And it was his humility that made me gravitate to him. Because my approach then, in that conversation, I would admit he should not have had that conversation with me. And he sat with me for 3 hours. And we had an extensive conversation. He answered every question I asked. And it was that point I understood the makeup of the man. And ever since that, I have held a great deal of respect for him. And now today, as we are celebrating over this last few weeks his 35th anniversary as a Member of Parliament, I just wanted to rise nationally and give my own credit to the true essence of who this man is and what he stands for. I have seen it myself. There were times when I doubted him, and he had proved to me the prowess and what he was made of. And I could stand today a testament to say, we have a great man here on this team, one whom I truly respect and honor. Happy 35th anniversary, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
All right, Madam Speaker, would you leave? Allow me to rise. I have a number of things. So I rise at this time and the others will rise after me. So I just wanted to rise and maybe for the 4th time within the last week and a half, congratulate the Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas on his 35th anniversary as a parliamentarian. As I had expressed before, it's a tremendous achievement. From my perspective, having the opportunity to serve the people who ask you to serve them, of course, through our democratic system. And I think that the people he has served are, of course, very appreciative of the service that he has given. But his service, as I've said before when I spoke in church, does not only extend to his own constituency or even to St. Kitts and Nevis, but regionally and internationally as well. One of his major feats internationally was his work on the matter of HIV/AIDS and really helping to formulate what would be the policy so that antiretroviral medications would be available to those who would not otherwise be able to afford them. That simple act, and I say simple in the sense that it does not seem complicated that that should have been the answer. But that has resulted in the saving of millions of lives, not just within the Caribbean region, but of course across the globe. And in that sense, I think that the international outreach must definitely be recognized as well. That there are those who are benefiting and they don't even know why they are benefiting. And that is what leadership is about, giving a voice to the voiceless, bringing benefits to those who otherwise would not receive it, but those of us, of course, who are given the opportunity to lead. Therefore, we must take it seriously and understand that what we do can have serious consequences, positively or negatively. Of course, in this case, positive benefits. And therefore, I want to highlight that and never allow our people to forget that. But I think his biggest policy, to some extent, is maybe not the education, which was significant, and the transformation of the economy after 2008. But I always say that it was a simple act of giving the single mothers who worked in the sugar industry 3 extra days to work per week instead of 2, which resulted in more protein, more milk, more food for the children. That would have had a tremendous impact, and I'm still waiting to look at the data of that impact on the health and well-being of our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is not the sexy one to speak about, but if you were to ask me who like to look at numbers and analyze how these simple acts result in significant positive outcomes, this, for me, is still one of the most significant. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity for the 4th time this season to congratulate the Honorable Dr. Denzil Douglas for his significant achievements, which have really resulted in the improvement of the lives of those who he served. Congratulations. Member number 6. All right, so I'll have to take my leave now. Yes.
I recognize the honorable member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise as well to give my heartiest congratulations to the member for number 6, Dr. the Honorable Denzil Douglas, who I'm sure all of us would agree has been a powerhouse in politics for the past 35 years. That's no easy feat. As I spoke to you a while ago, I said, you don't even look like you're 35 yet. Still looking very young. And when I looked across, I said, man, you're just sitting looking like a little lamb. Gentle as a lamb. But despite your small stature, you have been really a powerhouse who have impacted not only the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, but the entire region in your political career. And I want to wish you 35 more years. I think you can go for 35 more by the looks of you. You would have started very long ago when I was a tiny tot, because I'm just a little past 35 years myself. So congratulations, heartiest congratulations. And for however much longer you would wish to go, because I know the people in your constituency would want you to always be there, so however much longer you would want to go, continued success, sir. While I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say briefly as well, I know I would have done it at the house in Nevis, but I think I should also say it here. I want to extend some condolences to Lady Sheila Daniel, Angela Henville, Sienna Henville, and Adrian on the loss of who I would call a powerhouse from Nevis as well. Small man, but very powerful pilot. The sudden death of Sean Henville has really rocked us in Nevis, and we are all very saddened by his death. He would have made a solid contribution to the island of Nevis, and we are all saddened, and I would like to extend heartfelt condolences to his entire family at this time. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 9.
Madam Speaker, we have to get a boat to get home, so I ask the forgiveness of colleagues on the other side who may want to speak. I start by echoing the sentiments of the good member for number 10 in extending from this rostrum my deepest condolences to the family of my friend and classmate, Sean Henville, who was really a pioneer in many ways in Nevis in terms of aviation. He would have flown for Caribbean Star, he would have flown for Nevis Express, he would have flown for Liat, and most recently he would have flown for DHL. And in fact, it was only 2 days ago that he and I were having a discussion as to how he could contribute to the airport project that we were trying to do in Nevis, and then to hear of his sudden passing. Of course, Lady Sheila is the widow of our national hero, Sir Simeon Daniel, and I was able to go to the house yesterday and to extend in person my condolences. This is more than just somebody in the community. This was, as I said, my classmate and friend. And so I would want to join in extending condolences to Lady Sheila, to his wife Angela, and his daughter Sienna, and to his brother Adrian, who incidentally is an attorney who works with Daniel Brantley, a law firm that I'm associated with. And so I really want to use this opportunity to say that on record, as we would have done earlier in Nevis this morning. On the matter, however, of the Right Honourable Member from number 6, our relationship has often been rocky. In fact, a lady told me the other day she doesn't listen to the Parliament anymore because nowadays it's not sweet. So I said, well, what do you mean it's not sweet? She said, I like the days when you're the member for number 6. You used to have it out. We had it out when I was over here, and he was over there. And then I went over there for a little while, and he was over here, and we had it out. And I remember saying to him one time that he was in the checkout lounge of politics. I said so. And I have lived long enough to see him put me back in the checkout lounge. So that's fair warning to that's fair warning to all the youngsters of the Parliament. Be careful what you tell people. But I want to congratulate the member. And I want to say in this House that despite our political differences that we've had over the years, there's never been an absence of respect. And I think that is important for me to say, because too often I find our people confuse political differences for personal enmity and lack of respect. And I was able to have some strong conversations in the House with the Honourable Member, but outside that, he would always take my call, I would always take his. And we had, I believe, a relationship that was based on mutual respect. So even where we didn't agree, and even where our disagreements may have come to the fore here in the Parliament, there was never a sense of personal enmity. And I've never detected that from him, and I hope that he has not detected that from me. So there was always room for us to engage where that was necessary. And I would say that I have had the opportunity to function when I was foreign minister and to travel around the region and around the world. And everywhere I went, people had heard of Dr. Denzel Douglas. Whether you liked him or you didn't like him did not matter. And I think sometimes we need to take the personal feelings out of situations and respect the body of work that people would have done. There's nobody who gets to celebrate 35 years in the Parliament without having the support of the people. And the people of St. Paul's have remained with him. And it has to be that he has remained with them in order for them to consistently send him here. And I believe that that is important, and it's an important lesson. Because a lot of times out there, there's a lot of noise. People say all kinds of things. But in a democracy where the rubber meets the road is when you put your name on a ballot and the people are asked to vote. At the end of the day, that's where the rubber meets the road. No matter all the noise on the talk shows, when people have an opportunity to vote, that is the vote of confidence that one needs. And to do that successfully for 35 years is a phenomenal achievement. The good member for number 8 has spoken about the work in terms of HIV and AIDS. And I believe that in a very real way, the member for number 6 would have showed us that we can operate at a level much higher than the size of our country. Because those initiatives on HIV and AIDS were not just for St. Kitts and Nevis. Those are initiatives that benefited the entire region. And we don't know in terms of lives saved, but I could imagine that it must be tens of thousands of lives that were impacted by those initiatives that were championed by the member for number 6. And so I want to join that. I didn't have to stand up, but I wanted to stand up because I think it's important that our people understand that even though there are political differences, even though there are times when those differences make us testy with each other, that we ought not to forget the contribution that those would have made. I would have preferred if you were still over here and I was still over there. But that is not the way it is. But we have to, and I believe sometimes he preferred to, because more than once he has come over here to sit down. He has got accustomed. But, honorable member, I want to congratulate you. 35 years. I have been at this myself for a little while, and I don't know how people are able to do it for 35 years. The longevity, the energy that it requires to last that long and to really toil in the vineyard. Because politics is not an easy undertaking. Even when we do the very best and we try our very hardest, people are still critical. Sometimes we help, and when we can't help anymore, they call us all kind of names. So that is the nature of the thing. But somebody has to do it. And it requires people who love people to be involved in politics. It requires people who love people, especially when you see people have had that long tenure, as the honorable member has had. And so I want to associate myself with all the good things. On his side, he will only hear good things. On this side, of course, as I said, we've had our to and fro. But there's never been an absence of respect. And honorable member, I want to associate myself in congratulating you on 35 years. And may you continue to contribute to your constituency, to your country, and to the region. Because I believe that the position that you now hold also allows you to contribute in a significant way to the region and what we're dealing with. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I ask you leave as I go and cross the shark-infested straits back to the island of Nevis. Thank you. God bless you, and thank you for the opportunity. Again, congratulations, my brother. Well done.
Thank you, honorable member. I recognize the honorable senator.
Madam Speaker, I too rise to express my condolences to the family of Mr. Sean Henville. Death is never easy, and his death was shocking to many of us in Nevis. And so I really want to take the time to express my condolences, and I pray that the family may find comfort in God. I too want to extend congratulations to the honorable member for St. Christopher 6. I am here thinking about 35 years. I'm only 33. So I'm trying to picture in my mind 33, 35, but I'm like 1 year, couple months in politics. And I'm wondering if I'm going to get to 35 years in Parliament like him. But I would aspire to get there one day. You've contributed immensely to the growth of St. Kitts and Nevis, and thus you must be rewarded. So again, Honourable Member, congratulations, and may God continue to bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Senator. I recognize the Honourable Senator Phillip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to join the members opposite just to express my own condolences for Mr. Sean Henville. I actually know him personally. He's a close family friend, and his daughter Sienna was actually a most remarkable teen for the youth department last year, so it was very sudden loss, and so I want to extend my condolences to that family, knowing them personally. It's a shock for all of us. When I heard the news yesterday, I hit me kind of hard. But on a more lighter note, of course, I want to join my colleagues in congratulating the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas. Like the senator opposite, 35 years is a very long time to be in a job. That's more than my life existence. And so I really think that it's a commendable thing, and I think it shows the difference in generation, because I know for my millennial generation and, the generations thereafter, we don't have the same kind of stick-to-itiveness to be in one job for so long. And I think that is a true marker and demonstration of just the commitment that Dr. Douglas has to the people and the country and this federation in terms of his service. I have only been in, government and service for a year and a half, and I can't say that I aspire to 35 years, because it's not an easy job. And for Dr. Douglas to have done it as the Prime Minister for 20 of those years, I think that is extremely revolutionary. That's what makes him a legend in my eyes. And, I really want to extend my greatest and sincerest congratulations and, let him know that the utmost respect that I have for Dr. Douglas. I can recall as a little girl, I knew of Dr. Douglas, obviously like everyone else, but my dad was almost like one of his spiritual guides. And I would always know when we're sitting down for lunch and Dr. Douglas calls my father, he would always answer. And he would always know it's him, and I would feel like, ooh, the Prime Minister is calling my father. And so it's that respect that my dad had that extended, and just knowing just the revolutionary things that Dr. Douglas has actually done for the development of this federation in terms of making hard decisions and choices that have really truly been for the benefit and long-term development of our federation and our nation. And for that, we are all indebted. And so I really want to thank Dr. Douglas and congratulate him. And of course, it's an honor and a privilege for me to actually be in cabinet with him at this time. So thank you very much, Dr. Douglas.
Thank you, Honourable Senator. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher too.
Madam Speaker, allow me to join in with my colleagues in extending congratulatory remarks to the Honourable Member from St. Christopher 6. I think I'm honored to be serving at this time with him. In fact, I sit next to him in cabinet, and I hope some of his greatness rubs off on me. So when I sit next to him, we are actually privileged to be benefiting from his counsel as a cabinet and as a government. I have heard all the good things in terms of his contribution to AIDS in the region, how he's contributed to single mothers, but what strikes me the most is from his leadership, how he's managed to empower the masses of this country. And to move from while he was in government, the policies he created managed to move our federation from a bigger working class to a big middle class. So a poor girl like me from McKnight never thought that I would benefit from these policies and become a lawyer. It is because of these policies I could move up in society and be where I am today. I remember vividly about maybe 10 years ago, when Dr. Douglas was the Prime Minister, my sister and I made an appointment to see him. She was enrolled at the University of the West Indies doing medicine. And we got to see him. We were faced with a problem that needed a solution. And what I liked about him, he came with his book, and I now realize why, being in government and being a representative, when you don't write down, you don't remember. There's so many things on your mind that you have to write down. So we sat in front of him. He had his book and he was taking notes. My sister was doing medicine and she had not been allocated funding for what we call economic costs. And there was a policy that the government had that each year they would pay economic costs for 10 persons doing medicine. My sister would have done a first degree, and as such, I guess when they were considering whether or not she would qualify, they thought she had qualified before for a first degree for economic costs. And so she started the program and was left without any resolution. And like I already said, we came out of Central Bastia. We didn't come out of, and I don't even mean to, no rich area like, you know, we didn't born with a silver spoon, let me just put it that way. A gold spoon, not even a bronze, to say the least. And we went in and Dr. Douglas came up with a solution as to how my sister would have been able to complete her medical studies. And to me, that is key. How do you empower the masses in this country? Not just a handful of people, but the policies that Dr. Douglas established and imposed during the time he led this as leader of this country, a number of us benefited. Whether it's empowerment through education, housing, small business, whatever it was empowerment of the masses. And today, I want to commend him. I'm honored, like I said, to be serving at this time with him, to benefit from his guidance. We can tap into him. There are a lot of things being said that are false. He provides guidance for us as a cabinet and as, you know, young members of the government. And so today, I just want to wish him all the best. Not another 35 years. I wish you would. I know. I know the people of Number 6 have benefited, just like all of us in this country would have benefited from you being in Parliament. But I want to wish you all the best, whatever it is you decide to do. I wish you the sincerest best. Continue with us, though, in whatever capacity. Continue with us. I beg that of you. And Madam Speaker, permit me at this time as well to say and give happy birthday greetings to who says he's listening, Trevian Reed, also known as QT, from Central Bastia. He's celebrating his birthday today. QT is one of my biggest supporters in all respect. I can call on QT, on Trevian at any time. So I want to wish him the best for his birthday. We'll celebrate later, QT. Don't tell them what we're going to do. And as well as my aunt, Vanita Shaw. She's the matriarch of our family. She's celebrating her 70th birthday today, and my aunt Ina Jeffers as well. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Madam Speaker, I rise on the adjournment. I jotted down a few things, and the challenge is on, so I'm going to prove the point, Madam Speaker. But I rise on the adjournment, Madam Speaker, to express my portion of congratulations to the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas on his 35 years in Parliament. Madam Speaker, I speak of a man who history will record as a fearless defender of the people. A man who would have blessed and changed the lives of many, Madam Speaker, for the better. Madam Speaker, I can say that I am a product of Comrade Honorable Denzil Douglas, as I have been around him since 1989, along as well with Ambassador Sam Condor, as I served on the Young Labour Executive. I remember vividly that Sunday afternoon when the baton was handed over to him by the late Charles E. Mills, who represented constituency number 6. And of course, the Honorable continues to do an amazing job for that constituency. He came, Madam Speaker, at a time when the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party was looking for new leadership. He came at a time, Madam Speaker, when the constituents or the residents of constituency number 6 was left out of some basic things the former government was doing. I remember them, Madam Speaker. Residents or the constituents of number 6, they were deprived of school meals, Madam Speaker, while all of the other schools around the island benefited. I remember when the Island Main Road stopped in Sandy Point and constituency number 6 was left out. But the man I speak of, he fought for the people in constituency number 6 and the country on a whole. Madam Speaker, the honorable member for number 6 would be remembered as a transformative leader. Under his leadership, this federation went to number 1 in the region. I remembered, Madam Speaker, while I was in school, only a certain class of students were able to get that opportunity to go to university. It was Dr. Denzil Douglas, member for number 6, who changed that and leveled the playing field for the ordinary people to get that opportunity, Madam Speaker. And I will always remember that. Madam Speaker, it was under his leadership the housing revolution was seen in this federation. Many persons who had their homes and their bathrooms out in the yard. I don't think you came up in that era, but I had those experiences, Madam Speaker. It was a member for number 6 who changed all of that throughout his time of service. It was the member for number 6 in 2005 when the whole Caribbean thought that it was impossible. I was at the beach island conducting my usual summer camp, and that was the last sound of the sugarcane train going through and then the factory horn as we know it. And what came as a result? He diversified the federation. And as such, you saw things like the SIDF, which many of us benefited in some form, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said, I have been around since 1989, and I've had the opportunity of traveling with him. A man of wisdom, a man of sound and honest counsel, and one who is not afraid to rough you up. I enjoyed many of that, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, this man will forever be respected in this federation and the region on a whole. I am happy to be on this side with him because he has been providing, Madam Speaker, over my lifetime guidance because he was my medical doctor. And now, being in cabinet, that still continues, Madam Speaker. But it was more touching when in 2017 he asked me to consider being a candidate with the 2020 general elections, and I quickly responded, having gotten the sound words from my mother when she was leaving. I didn't even know that she was dying. And I quote for the record. She said to me, "I have something to tell you." And I said, "What is it, Mommy?" And when I went over her bed, she said to me, "If Dr. Denzil Douglas asks you to run for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, do it. But the only thing is that I'm not going to be around for when they start to say things about you, and you know how she would have responded if you know my mother well." So I want to thank him for the opportunity that I had serving with him for a very short time, Madam Speaker, on the opposite or the opposition side. The grooming was top-notch. And now that I am serving in this capacity, not only as Minister of Education et al., but the Deputy Prime Minister, he continues to give me that counsel and pull me up whenever I need it, Madam Speaker. I credit him because he shaped me into who I am, even on the political arena, all because of the time that he would have invested in me. I am super proud, Madam Speaker, and today as he continues to celebrate his 35th anniversary, he is referred to as a good man, a respectable leader, a writer, a political entertainer, a doctor, and a pastor in the making. May God continue to bless and strengthen you, Honorable Member for number 6, as you continue to serve. And whenever you decide to retire, just know that you will be retiring to continue to serve. Your brain is too sharp not to be using it on this side. So happy 35th anniversary from myself and my family and the entire constituency number 1, known as East Bastia. Well done, good and faithful servant. May it please you, Madam.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, I rise with your leave to make my contribution on this, the adjournment. Member for number 1, on this issue, I'm not going to be in competition with you. It's too important an issue.
Okay, go ahead.
Not going to be an hour, though. Madam Speaker, I want to join with and associate myself with the comments of commendation that have been made in respect to the member for number 6, and I crave your permission to refer to him in this instance as the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Llewellyn Douglas, a champion of a man. My father has on his status now for a long time. Douglas was so right then and now. Douglas was so right then and now. And I think I want to start with that. Because over the years, Dr. Douglas has been very transparent in communicating what he needs to communicate to the public, good and bad. And over his time, he would have warned of particular situations. He would have encouraged in a particular way. And all of it has come around to the point or to the fact that Douglas was so right. And as a little boy, I can remember, I mean, I was only 6 years old, but I can remember back in 1989 when, for whatever reason, I got in my own way involved in the political sphere. In fact, the gentleman is in here right now, and I think he would tell the story. Former member for number 3 at the time, and my sister and I would cut out the sample ballot in the Labour spokesman. It was time for elections, and choose who we were voting for. And since then, I know that my father in particular would have had a relationship with Dr. Douglas and with the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. And so I would see firsthand over those years the immense confidence that my own father had in the leadership of Dr. Denzel Douglas. And as to my father, who came from extraordinarily humble beginnings to chart his way, he has credited so much to Dr. Denzel Douglas, even before I got the chance to witness it personally myself. And when I saw my father say things like, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party provided an opportunity for him as a poor man coming from a household with a mother having 13 children, and he saw that Dr. Douglas was continuing the fight that had given him the opportunity to take himself out of poverty and dedicate much of his time and energy to supporting Dr. Denzel Douglas, much to the chagrin, you must imagine, of us sometimes at home, where when it came to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and supporting Dr. Douglas, my father would do all that he had to do. And I, obviously, as a youngster, you wonder why and so on. But then come to notice and experience it for yourself. That Dr. Denzel Douglas, in reality, is no ordinary man. He is a once-in-a-generation leader in St. Kitts and Nevis. And one time came to me to make that starkly clear, is when I first entered into elective politics. And I am driving in, I think I was driving, or I was in a vehicle, with a very young constituent who was part of my campaign team. And we had just come from, I don't know if we were heading, or I think we were coming from a political meeting. This is a youngster on my campaign team. And me as a young person getting my foot wet into politics, you know. I have a young team who I want to be there supporting me. I guess who she was talking about in the car from that event? Dr. Douglas. Saying, right next to the candidate she's supposed to be voting for. There will never be anybody in St. Kitts politics like Dr. Denzil Douglas. It is then I realized how significant the impact has been, the lasting impact that Dr. Denzil Douglas would have had on St. Kitts and Nevis politics. So he's a once-in-a-generational leader. The other critical thing that I observed about Dr. Denzil Douglas, and the Bible speaks about it, about giving hope, is that Dr. Douglas, to me, is the epitome of hope. Anybody who had a challenge for anything, the member for number 2 spoke about her own situation. And there are thousands others who could talk about bringing their situation to the attention of the member for number 6. And in every situation, everyone always felt and had hope that something will be done. I could remember a story where, a guy had some real unrealistic expectations. I'm not going to give the story. I think I told Dr. Douglas about it already. Unrealistic expectations. But that guy left that conversation with Dr. Douglas, and he felt he could conquer the world. And I'm pretty sure Dr. Douglas did something to give him satisfaction, even if it wasn't the unrealistic expectations he had. So he was a master of hope. Also mentioned is the wisdom that he offers us in our cabinet. The more we sit in cabinet, and the more Dr. Douglas speaks, it comes back to that same thing that my father says, that Dr. Douglas was so right. All of those things that people used to criticize about not having the information, it has now turned around that Dr. Douglas was right. And we are benefiting from that experience and that wisdom when we want to make a decision. His wisdom plays such a critical role in making sure that we make the right decision as we build a foundation moving forward. Also, his magnanimity. I remember the days when they used to say that Dr. Denzil Douglas is a dictator. He's this and he's that. And my experience was never that, whether from the perspective of my father or whether it was my own engagements later on in my adult life, or whether it is as we prepared for the 2015 elections. When I was on the inside, I never saw that. Instead, he pursued an agenda of inclusion, of consultation, never attempting to make a decision unless he had the support of his comrades or the people around him. And that is why today, do an analysis of those who try to be like him or try to put him down. Almost every single person who was on the journey with Dr. Denzil Douglas 35 years ago, almost 100% of them are still around Dr. Denzil Douglas. That tells you something significant. While others, when they pursue their own agenda, they start off with a big hooray, but not one man who starts with them still with them. Shows you the character of the man. Because in every situation that requires it, Dr. Douglas took the path of magnanimity. Every single time. I recall persons advising, boy, you can't go with Douglas. The member from number 9 mentioned it. That his time is done. Will you do it? But because we saw, those of us who were close, that it was never about him. He never operated for himself. He had a vision of what he wanted to do for his people and thought that perhaps he was identified, obviously, by God as a conduit to allow those things to happen. So it was never about him. And to this day, we are amazed at the energy and vitality of Dr. Denzil Douglas. He got as much and more energy than all of us. I ain't gonna repeat the thing about 10 and 1. But the energy is unbelievable. And the vigor in which he comes to represent his people at this time. There is no issue that Dr. Denzil Douglas does not come and not no little soft talk, you know. You know, not the little soft talk when he talking about his people from number 6, you know. I know the pressures I under. I got roads to build and so. And the pressures I under, water and so. I am telling you, he is there representing as if he just come in this thing for the first time. It's amazing. Another amazing quality that Dr. Denzil Douglas has is his memory. I don't know if you all realize. His memory is unbelievable. Not only names, but conversations that you've had 20 years ago. It's unbelievable. I wish whatever it is, Dr. Denzil Douglas, this is one thing I don't usually ask for much. I want whatever it is you're using for your memory. No, I can't get that one. Okay. And so, as I wrap, I want to say that the contribution that Dr. Denzil Douglas has made over the 35 years is unbelievable, amazing, transformative, genuine, authentic, real, and it is something any politician must aspire to be. Despite all the things, I have met so many people who has received so much help from Denzil Douglas. They take that help, they stab in the back, and he will still to this day, if they need help, give them help. It's unbelievable. That is real. That is about service. And yes, you're talking about a good man. Yes, a good man. At the church service, there was a lady. She said the only thing she ain't do is, can I repeat that? I can't repeat that. She said he's a good man. And so the point is, the long tenure of Dr. Douglas so far has done something that I want to say here, is that despite all that has been said, the attempts to take him out of this house through the court instead of by the ballot box, and the people responding resoundingly to say, that's not how we're going to choose our representative. I want to say this, that time has absolved Dr. Denzil Llewellyn Douglas. Time. There's a Caribbean leader who they made a 2-hour speech when he was charged with some things, and he said that history will absolve him. There's a book, History Will Absolve Me, where I am saying that time has absolved Dr. Denzil Llewellyn Douglas. And I want to offer my most profound congratulations on behalf of my wife, who is from St. Paul's, by the way. So, I don't know if I'm brainwashed, but she's from St. Paul's. And her mother, who was a staunch supporter as well of Dr. Denzil Douglas. My family, my father in particular, who to this day, has given tremendous credit and support to Dr. Douglas, to myself for imparting the knowledge that he has, not only to me, but to all of us in the cabinet. It is really an honor and a privilege to serve with him now, as time has absolved the Right Honorable Dr. Denzil Douglas, and we look forward to his continued counsel and his continued support as we move towards a sustainable island state. I want to, at this moment also, just to congratulate the Dr. William Connor Primary School. I don't even know how much time we're doing this thing now. Simon, how many times? I don't know, it is 7, I can't even keep count. So I want to give Dr. William Connor Primary School much congratulations for their umpteenth win at the Rams Primary Championship. Monkey Hill, what they win? Just because they win one league game in football? People boasting about, I think there's a company, there's a football player in here, in the gallery, and a fan in here, boasting that St. Paul's win a league game. Take league win, take the league win. I'm going to take the cup. But anyway, congratulations to the Dr. William Connor Primary School for the extraordinary performance in the Rams Primary School competition, and all I will say is village again. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, a lot has been said, but for a good man, it can be said again and again and again, so I'm saying everything that I have here today. Before I start my speech, as chair of the 35th Anniversary Committee for the Right Honorable Dr. Denzil Llewellyn Douglas's time in Parliament, I want to say a very hearty thank you to all of the petitions and divisions, both here and abroad, who have supported our activities. We have many more activities in the lineup, including our health walk on Saturday. We look forward to everyone joining us after you eat up your Easter Good Friday stuff. Come and walk it off. We're starting in Sandy Point and ending in Parsons. We continue in April with a series of community projects and school projects, schools quiz, and we continue for the rest of the year until September. There are many, many activities which are oriented to supporting our community, to partnering with our schools, the high schools, the primary schools, and importantly, our September Gala, which is dedicated to the Douglas Global Lifestyle Foundation Scholarship Project. The celebrations this year for the 35th are emblematic of Dr. Douglas and his constant desire to give back and support. So I'm very happy that we've had your support of his former parliamentarians, of his former cabinet colleagues, of these current parliamentarians, and of course the nation on a whole. So please continue to support our activities.
Well done.
I just started. Oh, good. The annals of history, may need several thousand pages to document the contribution of the Right Honorable Dr. Denzil Douglas to community, constituency, state, the region, and nations. Dr. D, as he is affectionately called, has been the cornerstone of some of the most fundamentally transformative policies for our federation, our region, and our global community. Personally, it's important to acknowledge that many of us, in fact, none of us on the government side, would sit here were it not for his intervention, his stewardship, his leadership, and his private invitations for us to join his government, or even his opposition, as he did when I became senator. Dr. Douglas has been the transformative glue for the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party and the administration he led for 20 years. The people of St. Christopher VI will always love Dougie. If you sit with him for 10 minutes, he will tell you a story about someone who needed help, and as usual, he selflessly supported. This man would certainly be blessed for the many gifts of love and acts of service he has offered to the highest amongst us and the most humble. His advice for dealing with some unscrupulous folk is to let time take care of it. Very difficult advice to follow. And we can all confirm that time was indeed longer than twine for some who had false intentions towards him. Dr. Douglas loves people in an incomprehensible way, and this will always be his shield. I believe strongly that he is one of God's chosen, his chosen few, imbued with the patience, compassion, and grace to lead. There is no country in this world where Dr. D can visit and someone does not show up to serve, to honor, and cater to him. It's unbelievable the ways in which people show up and beam with love and respect for Dr. D. I have seen men and women from all walks of life literally compete to serve Dr. Douglas. When you ask them why, the answer is always the same. He is a genuine, kind, and caring soul. He listens, he helps, and he does not judge, regardless of your background. The world rushes to serve this man. I am happy that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Christopher VI have this golden opportunity to honor your legacy. Dr. Douglas has described himself as many things, as we've said here today, and I'm going to say them. 10 man in one, a lover of history, and a Christian. He has suggested that he would have been a pastor had he not ventured into politics.
He will be.
But he has also said that even though medicine was his passion, politics is his calling, and he has served politics well. 35 years is more than a lifetime. It was not a short journey. It was not always a glorious and rewarding journey. But one thing the people of St. Christopher VI will not do is wait to shower you with the blessings and honor you deserve. We are your army, sir. We will protect and support you for as long as you see fit to serve the people of Constituency 6. St. Kitts and Nevis is 10 times better for your leadership and commitment and dedication to our country, the people of the region and the people of the global community. The people of Harris's, Sadler's, Lynch's, Passing Ground, St. Paul's, and Newton Ground will never again be blessed with such remarkable, selfless, inspirational leadership. None can walk in your shoes, and none should ever try. You are simply the best. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that this House stands adjourned, sign and dine. Sorry.
Speaking of the adjournment, and of course,
The microphone, please.
and of course, in response to some of the, well, all of the accolades that would have been put out here this afternoon in this National Assembly, I really want to thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the House for the tremendous support that has been given. I don't want to take any longer because I haven't had lunch, and so I just want to say that I will never forget this session that we are having today in this Parliament. Apart from the bills which would have been debated and the bills which should have been read in terms of their first reading, I really want to remember this day as one when my service has been so publicly recognized by my colleagues. I thank those who have been responsible for giving me this opportunity to serve this law. And I therefore recall my, again, firm commitment that I first made when I was called to enter politics for constituency number 6, that I will serve them faithfully. And so I thank them for giving me this opportunity to serve this long and to serve in the way that you have described today. My family, it's a pity that my daughter, my grandson, my son, they left today, so they have not had the benefit to be here, but I want to thank them as well for the support. I spoke on Thursday of my family. I spoke without mentioning specifically some of the members of my family. I speak today of Henrietta Douglas, my dear sister, who of all of my family members was always there for my politics. Always there for my politics. No matter where I was, what I was doing, if it was possible for her to be there, she was there. In New York, she was there. And here in St. Kitts, Nevis, she has been. So I just want to thank all of you for this opportunity for me to say thank you. Thank you.
Before we have the adjournment, I too would like to quickly give a few remarks. Firstly, to congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6 in achieving 35 years as a parliamentarian. Now, in my world and in my capacity as Speaker, that translates to a contribution to lawmaking for 35 years. That is indeed a commendable demonstration to law, to order, and by extension, nation building. And so I'd like to congratulate you on your 35 years. Secondly, I must mention that we are about to achieve 1 year or 1 year anniversary of the translators being rendering their service to this Parliament. I think it is noteworthy that we make mention of that in the spirit of inclusion as we approach the 1 year anniversary. So thank you for your service to this nation and to this Parliament. And lastly, this is just for me. I need to wish my clerk a happy birthday as she would have celebrated recently. She has been my right hand, my left hand, and sometimes my back in this Parliament. And so every opportunity that I have to recognize her, I try to do so. So happy birthday once again. Although it was a few days ago, she celebrates all month, so I'm still in time. So happy birthday, and I do hope that you live to see many more. May we have the adjournment.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I would like to move for the adjournment of this House, sign and dine.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the House stands adjourned, sign and aye. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned, sign and aye.